slight leading edge of Slater. He's trying to shape to work it to mid-wicket.
Anderson bowls back a length. Yes, it's caught. There's his fourth. Anderson bowls and James just plays that down the leg side and picks up 4. James Anderson bowls it. That's his. Yep, that's his 5th. That's his fifer. What a morning for Lancashire and what a morning for James Anderson. Anderson bowls and White pushes that off his hip nicely and picks up a boundary. Just a bit back of a length, a bit leg side. James Anderson bowls. No, and he gets another wicket. Again, the consecutive overs. It's his 6th wicket in 6 overs for Jimmy Anderson.
With tomorrow to come, as Williams in, full and driven nicely by Harrison along the ground through the covers. That'll be 4. That's really nicely timed. Here comes Balderson into Slater's off the back foot, cuts that ball away. It's in the air, but it's safe enough and it's nicely played through the offside out towards the boundary.
Lyon bounces in, balls bit back of a length, and Slater plays that nicely through the offside. He beats the diving point fielder Luke Williams and he picks up another 4, takes him on to 35. Lyon bowls and beautiful shot from Slater again. Similar to the over before, he's got on the back foot early enough and pierced the gap.
Is 204, keep that in mind as Anderson comes in to bowl to Harrison, and there's runs from the first ball as he opens the face, guides it down towards. There's Bailey from our left, and he's got the outside edge and Harrison goes. And Tom Bailey breaks the sequence of Anderson wickets. It's not going to be an all-10 for Jimmy. And he comes then to bowl the first ball to the Nottinghamshire quick, and he's gone first ball, and now he's on a hat-trick.
Anderson to Pennington. Edged, gone. Taken by Bell at first slip. Jimmy's having Sunday out in Southport. 7 for him, 9 down, 84 for 9. That's slashed away through the offside by Slater. That'll be 4 runs. He's edging towards what would be, in the context of this innings, a quite remarkable 50. In comes Anderson, bowls. Slater looks to drive away and does so for 4 runs. The ball crashing it out towards the backward point boundary to end the over and bring up a 50.
Lyon. And there it goes. And you don't really need to look at that, you just hear from the sound of the bat. Patterson lands one into the tennis courts here at Southport and Birkdale.
Balderson to Slater, carved away just beyond the reach of Williams at backward point and down towards the boundary for 4 more. Lancashire need 8 wickets. Slater drives, beats point, 4 more for Slater, who is a one-man machine here for Nottinghamshire.
Lyon bowls. Patterson goes again. And just a couple of bounces. 4 runs for Patterson.
Balls into Patterson. Down the pitch he comes. Lifts it back over his head. Down towards the supporters at long on. It's gone for 6.
Back out here.
Balderson to Patterson. Increasingly more confident. This could be out. This is definitely out. He's run him out.
2 without loss. Nottinghamshire second time round. Slater's gone hard at this and gets it away. Square of the wicket on the offside to the left of green. Gets a boundary. Will Williams comes in and bowls to Hamid. And first ball is worked off the hip for 4 by Asib Hamid. He's been waiting for that. Turns it away nicely. And I think he was dropped on 2 earlier in the day. And he's just pulled this through mid-wicket for 4. That was dismissed from his presence. 26 without loss. Slater turns us away down the leg side for 4. I think there was some bat involved. There was indeed. 20 wickets inside a day as Anderson got 6 for next to nothing before lunch as Hamid gets the first runs post tee, working it away on the leg side. It's a little bit of a gimme there from Bailey, and Hamid going again, 17 with power to add.
Lyon to Slater, goes back and he's given. Fancied that straight away, Nathan Lyon. Slater went back to to the delivery, the final ball of his first over.
Bailey bowls, and Hamid has got away with this one. He's flashed hard at it. He's got a boundary. Had a 10 over spell to begin with.
Lyon bowls, Young, just over the top of Chris Green. 1 bounce 4.
66 for 1. As Williams bowls, Hamid cuts this through the offside for 4. And that's gone very, very quickly square of the wicket. That was nicely timed.
As in Lyon comes. Oh, he's got him. He has. Hamid goes back. And it's the one that just goes straight on that was on about before.
And hopefully we'll have some cricket to bring you as the day ends with a Luke Wells maiden. Those that left not 3/4 of an hour ago or so when they went off for bad light.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning, and a warm welcome to our coverage of the 4th and final day at Southport and I don't know why I sang that. At Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for Lancashire against Nottinghamshire here on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app as well. The players are heading out. It's a brisk morning. There's a bit of a breeze around, but it's dry. Dave Bracegirdle, happy days.
Yes, good morning once again from the North Pole, where even the polar bears have got their fur coats on. It's July. You know, last night in the hotel I had to go to reception and say, excuse me, can you tell me how you can turn the heaters on in the room? Because it was Baltic. It was absolutely Baltic, and it has been pretty much all week, even when we've had that little bit of sunshine. It's been a really, really cold, miserable week in terms of the weather, the cricket, the atmosphere, being here, the friendliness of the people, absolutely faultless, 11 out of 10. But the weather, my word, sort it out for next time we come, Scott.
Yeah, right. Sorry about that. I'll do my best. But here's a man of the moment. Here's the man that got 1 or 2 headlines yesterday, Jimmy Anderson, peeling off his jumper, getting ready to start things off. He had just the most magical day yesterday with that sensational 10 over spell, 6 for 19. Got the headlines, front and back pages of some of the newspapers this morning. The site of a county cricket match, which is great, isn't it? It's not often that you get that kind of publicity, both front and back pages.
Did we make the front pages?
We didn't, mate.
No,
we didn't. It's for the best.
Yes, it was a privilege to be here. 1 or 2 people saying, "Oh, you wouldn't have enjoyed it, Dave, as it was against Notts." Couldn't be more wrong. It was an absolute delight to see him bowling as well as he did yesterday, and the elusive all 10 wickets in an innings was certainly on, very much alive at lunchtime. Really did back his chances then, but of course he only ended up with 7, only 7, blew away the Notts top order. Of course we could still be on for an all 10 in the second innings because Nathan Lyon has got both wickets to fall, but here is Anderson to get us underway on day 4, and the first ball is pushed outside the off stump, and Joe Clark will take an easy single to advance down to the non-striker's end. So he moves on to 12. Will Young is 11. Notts at 85 for 2. They're 142 behind, and I have confirmation that Notts are -1 on their bowling rate, their over rate from the Lancashire first innings, -1. So Notts have got it all to do today. Then they're going to need to sort that out as well a little later on in the day, as Anderson bowls again, turned to leg by Will Young, and there's no run. So the Notts scenario today is bat and bat and bat and bat and bat until you're just in front, and then towards the end of the day declare, let Lancashire have a little bowl some overs quickly, get your over 8 back, and then all in the cars and down the motorway and take the draw points and the 3 bonus points they've got. Of course, in all probability, it won't pan out like that.
There's Anderson then, so 85 for 2. And balls left alone through to Hurst, and there is no run. Yeah, 142 behind. So that's a lot of batting to do, isn't it, for Nottinghamshire on this final day? Potential of 96 overs to go through the course of the next few hours. We shall see if we get them all in, or if the weather behaves and all the rest of it. But I've got to say that for those inside the ground yesterday, they were witness to something really special from this man, who's in and bowling again. Forward goes Young and defends to mid-off, and there is no run. So Lancashire starting with a couple of slip fielders in the gully, the point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Anderson taking 7 wickets yesterday, but credit to Young and to Clark at the back end of that day, because they had to come back out and bat yesterday for 8 overs. Went off for bad light, and I thought that might be it, but then they went to come back out and bat again. It's flipped away towards the leg side, but there's no run, and they had to negotiate a pretty tricky spell actually last night, Young and Clark, to get to the close of play, with Nottinghamshire still with 8 wickets to work with going into this final day. They've only put on 14 runs between them, but it's the time that they took. 92 deliveries eaten up last night to make sure that Notts have got 8 wickets to work with today. Here's Anderson for Lancashire. In and bowls, forward goes Young, and that's defended away into the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of the first over of the day, then 85 for 2. And difference of 142 runs. It's a breezy old day, but it's nice and dry. Little bit of sunshine trying to burn through. The crowd nowhere near as big as days 1, 2 and 3, but that's understandable, I guess. Not many people suspecting buying tickets for a 4th day of a championship match at an outground, but we've got here because of that rain delay really on the 2nd day. Yeah, 8 more wickets, and Anderson opening up the bowling for Lancashire. Anderson and Bailey starting things off for Lancashire this morning. Nottinghamshire 85 for 2 in their 2nd innings. They're following on, they still trail. They're 142 runs behind. We've started on time. There's a suggestion of maybe some showers later in the day, but fingers crossed for enough cricket for Lancashire to try and force a victory here. Notts are 85 for 2, still trail by 142. It was absolutely terrific to see the coverage that the game got last night and this morning. The coverage of the county championship, making some of the front pages, and pictures of Jimmy Anderson and Nathan Lyon walking off together. As Bailey bowls, that's steered away by Clark up off his toes down towards gully, and there's no run. And if you've not listened to Nathan Lyon's interview, it is well worth finding that. He came out last night to speak to us and spoke really well about Jimmy, and actually about that weird prospect of actually wanting Jimmy Anderson to do well, kind of cheering on Jimmy Anderson, he said, and it was a bit strange to do that. As Bailey bowls again, and Clark defends to mid-off. He actually said, I felt a bit sick saying, "Come on, Jimmy," and him saying, "Nice, Gary." So it's a very nice little interview that Nathan Lyon gave last night. I'm sure you can find it on social media if you've not heard it. And actually, what of one of the many things Lyon said, he said it was so nice to be at mid-off, and Anderson telling him what he was going to do next with the ball. As Bailey is over the wicket and bowls left by Clark and through to the keeper, and there's no run. So yeah, it's well worth sourcing that chat with Nathan Lyon if you can. It's his final game for Lancashire, and yes, it was pretty special to be out there with Anderson yesterday, with all that unfolded on that pretty remarkable hour of cricket before lunch.
I thought you did well to get that statement from the lips of Nathan Lyon, but I thought it was an odd thing to say, really, because we're used to players moving in and out of franchises. One week they're playing against somebody, the next week they're playing against them.
Bailey to Clark, who defends all into the offside, no run.
But yeah, it was, this is an odd situation. I'm Australian, he's English, and over the years we've become used to saying a few things against each other, and now we're teammates, so we're having to rub along together. It was a little strange to actually hear his thoughts coming out like that.
Yeah, I suppose all that rivalry over the years, the Ashes rivalry, and Bailey's in to Clark, who's off the front foot in defence to complete the first over from Bailey. He starts with a maiden, 85 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Oh yeah, that was it was really interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously it was so nice to watch them actually yesterday. They seemed to, this is the first time they've played together for Lancashire. They were with each other last week in Canterbury because Jimmy went to Kent but didn't play, but it was in and around the squad. But this is the first time they've played in the same team, and as the day progressed yesterday, and kind of the response and the way that they seemed to bounce off each other, and the encouragement, the chats that they were having, and then to get Nathan Lyon's kind of insight into that relationship and that dynamic between two rivals, fierce rivals for so long in Ashes cricket, and then this kind of harmony at county level. That was a really nice chat with Nathan Lyon. Well worth finding it if you can.
It's going to be Anderson to bowl the third over of the morning from the Harrod drive end and wide of the off stump. It's allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. I'm wondering, if I'm part Australian, because at the end of the last over, Luke Wood, who's here, former Notts man, of course, now with Lancashire, and of course since leaving Trent Bridge has become an England international as well. He's doing the duties of 12thers, and he's just come on with a handful of hand warmers, both for Nathan Lyon at one end and then Chris Green at the other. Well, seems like nobody else is feeling the chill this week, apart from the two Australians and myself. So perhaps I'm half Aussie. Next ball, bowled by Anderson, is pushed into the offside by Will Young, who's been at the crease now for almost exactly 2 hours. In fact, 2 hours and a minute for his 11 not out. And he can be a free scoring player. He's got all the shots in the book, the New Zealand Test player, but really did set his stall out yesterday to put a high price on his wicket, make sure he protected the middle order, and kept Anderson and co out yesterday, trying to do the same again this morning. Anderson bowls to the New Zealander, just a gentle push into the offside, and there's no run. This is the end that Anderson has bowled exclusively from in this match. It really was terrific yesterday, and it was strange in that his 6 wickets before lunch came in 6 consecutive overs, and each time we talked about it, it was like he would have 2 or 3 or 4, or even in some cases 5 deliveries at a player, and then he'd get him, and then it was a new one in the next over, a new challenge. Next ball wide of the off stump, allowed to go through into the gloves of Matty Hurst. And during the course of a day we hear about bowlers working out batters and then eventually getting them, but we almost saw it in fast forward. It only took him a matter of seconds each time to run through the Notts top order. It was just a magnificent bit of bowling from Anderson, and it was a real treat to be here and to see it. And if it's going to be the last time in Lancashire colours, those that were here will have been privileged to be at Southport. This one just gets a little spicy on Will Young, just spat off a length, just seeing it again, just got a length delivery, and it just got up and struck Young on the gloves.
He's found that, hasn't he, Anderson, from that Harrod driver, and that extra little bit of bounce, that extra little bit of lift and carry that not really any other bowler's been able to find.
Speaking to Kevin Shine this morning, the Notts fast bowling coach, and he admitted, it's a pleasure to watch, and another good delivery. This one just shapes away from Anderson to Young. It's a maiden. It's a challenging maiden. Importantly for Nottinghamshire, it's not a wicket maiden. Anderson and Bailey thus far unable to separate this pair, who very different circumstances, but earlier on in the season they put on 392 unbroken runs together to get Notts out of a similar hole. They were asked to follow on at Taunton, third match of the season, and Young and Joe Clark came together. Clark with a double 100, Young 170 odd not out. It was a magnificent rearguard effort. Don't think there's going to be that sort of runs in this Trafalgar Road surface for them today, but that same grit and tenacity is certainly going to be needed. Same powers of concentration.
Yeah, and they definitely produced that last night in that awkward spell when they had to come back out. Bailey's into Clark, and that's left through to the keeper. We went off about 6 o'clock last night for bad light, and I think most people thought that would be it. Certainly I did, and most of the ground emptied, and then about half an hour, 40 minutes later, we came back out for 8 overs, didn't we? So it was a really horrible little spell, that, and Young and Clark got through it nicely for Nottinghamshire. So they've got themselves something here, haven't they, to try and build on this final day. Bailey to Clark. He's off the back foot and defending to mid-on, no run.
It was the most unremarkable 8 overs ever.
It was,
there was a lot riding on it, because if Lancashire could have got a wicket, then maybe a night watchman would have been sent out in the gloom. We just knew that there was a lot involved, but essentially nothing happened.
No. Well, we had spin from both ends at one stage because it was a bit dark, and then we got a bit of pace with Balderson, and then went back to spin. Yeah, there wasn't much happening for those 8 overs, in truth. There's Bailey for Lancashire balls. Clark playing forward, the ball disappears down towards the keeper's off the front foot, just pushing at that delivery from Clark, and it's actually come off the inside edge of the bat, gone past his stumps and down to the keeper.
People ask what we do when we arrive at the ground in a morning, and generally we don't tell them. We have an air of mystery over things, but this morning we ended up, for reasons that we won't entirely go into, looking at the different names for collective nouns.
Bailey into Clark. So played out towards the offside, no run.
And what was it? You discovered a badger? A collective noun for a badger is well, we think we pronounce it set, but it's not the badger's home. S-E-T-T. Well, how do you spell it? C-E-T-E or S-E-T-E?
Yes. Yeah, C-E-T-E.
A collective noun for badgers is the same as its home, or pronounced the same as its home. A badger lives in a set, and if there's more of them, the collective noun is. We won't, there were cricketing reasons we actually went down that route. I think cricket anoraks are called badgers, aren't they?
There's Bailey, 85 for 2. Back into to Clark, who walks onto the front foot, doesn't offer a shot, allows that to go through to Hurst, and there's no run.
Scott thought he was going to be treated to a bacon butty this morning, as somebody was striding towards us with 2 trays full of them, but it was for the ground staff, sadly.
Well, richly deserved for the ground staff.
Yep.
They've been terrific through the course of the 4 days again.
Not so many here today. We can actually see a few empty deck chairs around the ground, and it's a shame, because this could be a cracking day's cricket.
Final ball of the over, Bailey to Clark. He shoulders arms. He's determined to make sure he gets nothing on that. He's just hopping onto the front foot and then hoists his bat high above the shoulders. A very determined leave from Clark. He's on 12 and Young's on 11. And Nottinghamshire 85 for 2, following on trail by 142. So successive maiden overs for Tom Bailey.
Yes, we've had 1 run from the very first ball of the morning. Since then, what are we at? We've had 4 overs now, haven't we? So we've had 23 consecutive dots. And that might well be the theme of this session. Ask around, and different people will tell you that rain is forecast, lunchtime, after lunch, middle of the afternoon, tea time. As Anderson starts his 3rd over of the morning, and that's a nice looking drive down the ground by Will Young, and he's going to get his first couple of runs of day 4, and he will go ahead of his batting partner. He goes on to 13, Joe Clark's on 12. It's been a real effort of application and concentration from Will Young, 31-year-old New Zealander. He just got a delivery there, which was slightly over pitch from Anderson, that he could push into that gap on the offside. Anderson again in and bowls, and Young back in defensive blocking mode. 87 for 2. Nottinghamshire beginning the morning 143 behind, so just an even 140 now. Going to take, even if the weather holds, it's going to take this, well, at this scoring rate, it's going to take forever, but you know, if they had a good morning and got 80, 90, 100 runs, it's still going to take until the middle of the afternoon to wipe out the deficit, try and build some sort of advantage. Lancashire holding all the cards here as Anderson bowls delivery that just zips on and goes through to Matty Hurst. Young having nothing to do with it.
That's been a feature of this partnership, hasn't it, actually? Their defence. They've left the ball really well, did last night and have so far this morning.
Will Young played 3 matches for Notts last year. He got a century on debut for the county at the Oval against a strong Surrey side. That was a terrific Knott last year. Turns this off his hips out onto the leg side, and he's got enough on it to go for the first boundary of the morning. There's a fielder down there, absolutely a mile away from where we are. Who's that? Is that Balderson out there? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
From here, it seemingly is right at the side of the train line as a train goes past on its way towards Liverpool in that direction, isn't it? And he retrieves the ball from under an empty, unoccupied deck chair, throws it back. 91 for 2. Will Young on to 17. So last year he started his Nottinghamshire adventure with a century, and he did the same this year. That ton down at Taunton as he's nicked this one through to Hurst, and Anderson gets his 8th of the match, and they have the breakthrough early on the final morning. Lancashire 7 wickets away from victory now, and Jimmy Anderson makes the breakthrough, catching the outside edge of Will Young's bat. The New Zealander has gone for 17 after a 2-hour act of defiance. It's gone through to Matty Hurst. Comfortable catch for the keeper. 91 for 3. Lovely bit of bowling. There's a little replay on our monitors, and he didn't do an awful lot wrong there. Will Young is covering his stumps. He's not played away from his body, but it's just nipped slightly enough to catch the outside edge, kiss the edge on its way through to Hurst. That's a really, really lovely bit of bowling. No reason we should be surprised at all. But that's the end of Will Young. And Jack Haynes will be on his way out to the middle. He came and went very quickly in the first innings. Former Worcestershire man. On his way out to the middle as Scott makes way for Paul Allen. Good morning, Paul.
Dave, how are you?
I'm very well, actually.
Good.
I've been
enjoyed
cold.
your 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you
4 days at Southport, watching the Rolls-Royce Bowl.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, you have to comment on the weather, in that it really has been chilly. I know you were here on the first day, probably the best of the days. The last 2 days have been really, really cold, but the people are so friendly. The cricket has been absolutely breathtaking. It was a privilege to be here and to see Jimmy Anderson in action yesterday, and I think we're going to get a good serving of cricket today, and let's hope the weather doesn't spoil it. But he's already into them. He's got his first of the morning. This is only his 3rd over. We saw him have a 10-over burst yesterday when he got those 6 wickets. See what he can do here, bowling to Jack Haynes. And the first ball is left alone. First innings, Haynes caught Josh Bohannon at short leg from the bowling of Jimmy Anderson for 1. Second time around, well, who knows, 91 for 3, but Anderson went for 6 runs unusually in that over, but gets the wicket. He's 1 for 11.
And it was a classic piece of Anderson bowling, really, wasn't it? Perhaps apart from the leg side delivery, but the next ball just drew Young into the stroke, thin edge through to Matty Hurst. I was listening to you earlier saying the way you were impressed by the way he worked batsmen out very quickly yesterday, and it took him probably less than an over.
Yeah.
He's got a wicket every over for 6 overs. Well, that's the hallmark of a great bowler, isn't it? Being able to work batsmen out instantly, almost.
It's Bailey. That's a good delivery from him. Goes through to the wicket keeper.
There's enough happening still to encourage the seam bowlers. Ball's 51 overs old now, and it's still jagging around a little bit. The only surprise to me is that we haven't got a short leg in place for either of these. We saw catches yesterday go to short leg. It's not actually the catches that, even though that's a plus, obviously, it's the fact that the man is in there, basically under the batsman's
Bailey bowls.
vision, if you like.
Cut into the offside by Clark, and he's going to get a boundary. Welcome respite from all the pressure. Boundary to Joe Clark. He'll play his shots. He moves on to 16. Yeah, if Anderson gets another chance to bowl at Haynes, having
got him at short leg.
Yeah,
but it's the fact that if the short leg's there, it tends to make batsmen just a little bit more tentative. They don't push forward for fear of getting inside edge onto pad and it looping up, whatever. Anyway, that was a good shot from Joe Clark, on his toes, punching it away through the offside.
Bailey got 2 wickets in the first innings. Bowls to the former Worcestershire man who got a duck in the first innings here. Pushes this into the offside. That's his 3rd duck of the season, to go with 3 centuries. Guess that's pretty much the lot of a top order player. Some days you are going to be seen off early, and on others you've got to cash in. Playing as the wicket keeper again in this match for Notts, with Tom Moores in the travelling 14 but not selected. Bailey bowls to Joe Clark. He'll turn this to mid wicket. There's no run. Anderson doing the fielding.
Yeah, Tom Bailey running in nicely. Looks a lot more fluid and fluent than earlier in the season. He didn't, on his own admission, I don't think he bowled as well as he could, and he wasn't particularly happy with his early season form. But looks to have gained half a yard of pace over the last month or so, running in nicely at the moment.
Tall man comes in to bowl to Joe Clark, wide enough to be left alone as it goes through to the keeper. 1 or 2 more people just making their way in. I guess locals will have kept half an eye on the weather and decided to come down. They'll have heard that players started on time, and Anderson doing his again.
Yeah, forecast I think is improving, actually. It was pretty dire a couple of days ago for today, but all the rain seems to have scudded through overnight.
It's Bailey. Balls to Joe Clark, and he's going to get more runs here. Forces it past Luke Wells at backward point and gets his 2nd boundary in the over. So runs just starting to come a little freer from the bat of Joe Clark. A couple of boundaries, and Notts a 99 for 3. They began this 2nd innings, asked to follow on by Keaton Jennings, 227 behind. So they're now 128 still adrift of making Lancashire bat again, and they've got to try and do that because they're -1 on their over rate from the first day.
Oh dear. Yeah, so they need points, don't they? Well, they need the draw to get into positive figures. Jimmy Anderson just getting ready to bowl again, and I'm intrigued as to how he's shaped up. He's 42 this month, bowled 20 overs yesterday, and looks to be very, very active at the moment as he bowls to Haynes, who pushes it back to mid-off. But the point is that it doesn't matter how much training you do, how fit you are, and he is exceedingly, looks pinch fit, as fit as I've seen him for many a year. When you actually bowl overs in the middle, it's very, very different to the training you do and the nets you bowl in, and how he's shaped up and come in, and he's bowling his 4th or 5th over this morning.
So now to Haynes, turns this to leg. There's no run, and he's still as competitive as ever. And I don't just mean the cricket. I was watching him this morning in the warm up,
the football.
Yeah, the sort of
head tennis.
Yeah,
and all
that's
that.
it. The volleyball sort of thing. Keep the ball off the ground. I mean, he was as competitive as any of them.
Yeah.
We've got Luke Woodpaul on the boundary edge with all the protective gear, so either they are going to pop a short leg in when Haynes is on strike, or maybe it's going to be the early introduction of
Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
I've just seen Lyon bowl a couple of shadow balls, but short legs coming in now. So Josh Bohannon coming in from mid-wicket, collects the helmet, and he's going to have to field in there without the shin pads to start with. But good move, I think, from Jennings and Anderson combined to get the short leg in. 4 slips waiting. Mid-wicket goes a little bit squarer.
Yes, especially having got Haynes out in this manner yesterday. Really attacking field as you'd expect for James Anderson, and Haynes difficult to tell with 100% conviction whether he pushed at that or left it, but he survives. He's
Tentative,
yeah,
which is exactly the point I was trying to make. The short leg gets in there, it just switches on in the batsman's mind. I can't really push out too far, I might just get an inside edge onto pad or thigh pad, and short legs waiting. So that in turn brings everybody else into the game behind the wicket.
He's in again. There's no release of pressure here for Jack Haynes. Pushes this back to the bowler. If he's just getting in the car, or at the workplace, or at home turning on 5 Sports Extra or the live stream, where you found us on the BBC Sport website and app. It's Division 1 cricket from the beautiful outground of Trafalgar Road in Southport. Final day between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Or to be strictly correct, Lancashire, the host county, should come first, and they've very much dominated proceedings so far, as Anderson's next delivery is nudged out into the offside, fielded by Bailey. A big century from Keaton Jennings. He finished 187 not out for Lancashire, and they declared 353 for 9. And James Anderson got the first 6 wickets as Notts were in absolute turmoil at 40 for 6. He came back for a second spell and got a 7th wicket, and Notts were bowled out for 126 and has to follow on. Next ball played by Jack Haynes to backward point. There's Chris Green, the Australian, making his Lancashire County Championship debut. We just saw a couple of overs from him yesterday. And here comes Luke Wood out onto the field with the protective gear for probably George Bell, will it be? It's 99 for 3. The board was showing 103 for 3 a minute or two ago. I don't think there's a correlation between the scoreboard operators and the actual scorers, but I thought they'd given them 4 runs too many, but no, it's gone back to 99 for 3.
Be interested to see how many overs Jimmy Anderson gets through this morning. He's bowled for half an hour and bowled very effectively and efficiently. Everything looks pretty good. We've got the first bowling change of the day now. Tom Bailey giving way to Nathan Lyon. I don't think Jimmy will bowl. Probably he might bowl one more, seeing as he got 1 wicket, but I can't see him bowling a whole heap of overs today. So Nottinghamshire's batsman intent on trying to keep Anderson out, knowing that with his final test match coming up next week, he wants to get to the starting gate there, so he won't be looking to overdo it today in terms of the number of overs he bowls.
But you know him as well as anybody. He'd like to go out on a 10 for if it is
well,
to be
he
his final game.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
Of course he would.
He's got 8 now,
and he's obviously feeling good and fit. Perhaps a trifle stiff this morning. That'll probably have worn off now.
So here's the man they call Gary, Nathan Lyon, the Australian international off spinner. His first ball speared down the leg side. 7th most test wickets in the history of the game, playing in the same side as the man who's got the third highest amount, and between them 1,230 wickets. Lancashire delighted to have them in their side, and they're making the most of the opportunity as this is dropped on the leg side.
It's an extraordinary statistic, that, when you think about it, 1,230 wickets between 2 bowlers.
Yeah.
And in sort of the early part of my cricketing career, if you got to 300 as a test match bowler, 300 wickets, that was perceived as the pinnacle, the Everest.
Next delivery strikes Joe Clark on the pad. Just drops down on the leg side. I mean, it's not that long ago that, relatively speaking, that Fred Truman was right up there at the top with his 300 wickets.
Well, that's right. That's what I was meaning. 300 was the pinnacle, and Willis passed him. Bob Willis got to 325, and both of them went past Bob. And
this one's played all the way down the ground. Chris Green had found a nice grazing spot out on the long-on boundary for his fellow Australian. They get a single. So Joe Clark advances to 21. The score is now 100 to complete indifference around the ground. Nobody too bothered about that. Jack Haynes on to strike for the first time to face Nathan Lyon. Only made one yesterday. So I mean, a decent season, decent first season for Notts. This one off the thigh pad, backward short leg, but not yet reached a three-figure score. 77 is Jack Haynes' highest. He's had any number of starts, but does need that breakthrough century, and I'm sure everybody thinks he'll then kick on and get plenty more. Get a run here to get off the mark, turning it square of the wicket out to Will Williams. Comes in from the square leg boundary, single taken. 101 for 3 at the end of Nathan Lyon's first over.
Anderson's sunglasses are off, sweater's off in an instant as he marches up from deep backward square leg. He's going to carry on. And what a challenge this is for these two Nottinghamshire batsmen out in the middle, to be facing Jimmy Anderson from one end, Nathan Lyon from the other. As you've already said, Dave, right up there in terms of wicket takers in Test match history, 5th and 3rd. One over 500, Jimmy at 700. Just one to tell your grandkids about. I faced Anderson and Lyon in the same game at Southport.
There is Anderson into Haynes, and he's dabbed this deliberately wide of gully. Will get a single. Another train heads off towards Liverpool, one of the shorter ones, 4 carriages, 102 for 3. What's it like in a dressing room? You'll have been there, where a bowler, a well-known, world-renowned bowler, is just suddenly right on it, having one of those spells, and you'll see teammates coming in and out with great regularity, and yourself perhaps in the lower third of the batting order, see the top order blown away. There's got to be a little bit of fear. There's trepidation about what you're going to face.
It happens time after time, doesn't it? In County Cricket, when you're facing top-notch international bowlers in county cricket. I think Courtney Walsh ran through Lancashire and bowled us out before lunch at Cheltenham one day.
Anderson balls to Clark, who's looked as assured as anybody, plays this up to mid-on, no run.
But I've also been fortunate enough to stand at slip when Wasim Akram's been in full flow for Lancashire. Patrick Patterson as well, who was fearsome. West Indian, Jamaican and West Indian quick bowler, as quick as anybody on his day in the history of the game. Watching individuals like that play was at close hand was fantastic.
Anderson bowls, and this one just gets a little big on Joe Clark, and was flinched as he played it. Was Colin Croft same period
Crofty,
as you?
yeah, played with Crofty as well. He used to terrorise batsmen, Yorkshire in particular.
They say he was really nasty, and his angle came very wide.
He used to bowl very wide on the
Yeah.
crease and then straighten it up, bowl very fast leg cutters. His front foot was way outside the return crease when he delivered. Horrible angle.
102 for 3. Next delivery is played up to mid-on. There's no run. I've commentated with Colin in the past.
Yeah, well we're at Southport is the scene of one of the more amusing Wasim Akram stories, really, when he bowled at Gloucestershire. Jack Russell and David Graveney received Yorkers, one a left-hander, one a right-hander, and in the same over were hit on the toe, one on the right foot, one on the left foot. The next day they turned up in a pair of shared slippers.
Anderson Bowls now to Joe Clark, a defensive push out to Bohannon in the covers, no run, 102 for 3.
The Sand Shoe Crusher. And Akram was a quality exponent of that.
It's always a good day when you turn up at a county cricket ground and Jack Russell's there doing his doing a little bit of painting, and as we saw at Trembridge earlier in the season, managed to coerce him to come on and talk about his fabulous career on air. He's a wonderful man to chat to for an hour or so. 102 for 3. Next delivery sent down by Anderson is kept out by Haynes, who's after, or rather Joe Clark, after a change of gloves. 102 for 3. And again, we'll have a look at Anderson. After every over, he's been taking his sweater and cap. Wonder if that might.
I think that might be it for now. He's bowled another excellent spell. There's no indication that he's had enough, or he wants to go off or change his shirt or whatever. He's talking to Keaton Jennings and to Nathan Lyon and discussing fields and where the leg side field should be placed. There's a deep, 3 men out on the leg side actually. Deep long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square.
Lyon round the wicket to Haynes and he defends. Lyon in fairly leisurely mode. Understand Lancashire are +5 on the over rate, so it's not as if he's racing through his overs in about 80-90 seconds, so Anderson's not getting a breather. He is getting enough time between overs here. This one's just deflected down to the long leg. Tom Bailey will run round. I think he'll cut it off. He will in his own sweet time, and 2 more runs to Jack Haynes. 104 for 3 Nottinghamshire, who were 227 behind on first innings. So they've got a long way to go yet before they can even start to think about making Lancashire bat again.
Bailey swapped with Anderson in the field, so Bailey's at deep backward square. Jimmy Anderson's gone to mid-off, so it may be that Tom Bailey will have another burst. Change of ends. We'll find out soon.
Nathan Lyon bowls to the Nottinghamshire batter. Defended by Haynes. He's on 4. Joe Clark on 21. Again comes Lyon wearing the sunglasses. This one's cut to backward point.
Be careful when you're doing that. Be careful when you're trying to cut the off spinner who's bowling round the wicket. Not seeing huge amounts of turn, but it's a risky stroke. It wasn't quite short enough to cut.
Once more Lyon, once more Haynes defends. Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White, the next 2 due in. They were a couple of those that were blown away in that Anderson siege yesterday, in and out very quickly, each of them. Hoping to fare a little better today when they get their turn. And this time it's defended. 104 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra and online and on Lancs TV. Scott Reed will be back with us in an over or so. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Paul Allott, former Lancashire and England fast bowler, alongside us, enjoying the rarefied air of the seaside here at Southport.
It's always one of the favourite, well, my favourite places. It's going to be Jimmy again. Just having a chat with Keaton Jennings. It was more about field placings than whether I need a break or a rest.
He's got the 1 wicket to fall this morning out of Will Young, who was.
You see, the more you think about it, and the more you see Jimmy Anderson, the way he's bowled yesterday, the wickets that he's taken, the 7 for 35 that he took, and the way he's come back in again this morning, adding another wicket, you wonder whether to say to him, "You're playing your last test," is the right move. He's in again. That's Rap Clark on the gloves and the thigh, and the short legs in for him as well now.
Yeah, I was talking to Kevin Shine about it this morning, who you know very well, the Notts fast bowling coach, and he seeing him yesterday, he couldn't believe that they'd sort of almost giving him his marching orders, called time in his career, and he's sort of making the point. What if he goes to Lords and bowls there like he did here yesterday? You're going to say, yeah, it's a fine way to bow out, but is there any need to say that? Always looking to the future as there's a little push square of the wicket fielded by Chris Green. You've got to always look to the future, but you've also got to think about the here and now and the players in form, the players bowling well.
Quite agree, and we've seen one of his possible replacements bowling in this match, Dylan Pennington, bowl well, bowled. And I like the way he bowls. He's got a good strong action, really good run up. Doesn't bowl any rubbish. Bowls good line with decent pace, and his time will undoubtedly come. He's in the squad, and one of those that's highly thought of.
Comes Anderson to Haynes, works it to mid wicket.
But really, Jimmy has shown over the last day and half a session that he still is master of his craft. Same pitch, conditions haven't changed. In fact, you could say that Nottinghamshire bowlers maybe had the benefit of bowling on the pitch when it was at its juiciest. But Anderson has been a model of consistency, precision and incisiveness.
He's in now to Haynes, turned to mid-wicket. Forget about over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. In 5 years' time, what will he be doing, do you think, Jimmy Anderson? Will he go down? He's been offered
I don't think even he knows, Dave, at the moment.
He's done a bit of media, and he's been offered a fast bowling consultancy role,
mentoring role,
mentor with
yeah,
England.
I think he'll just he'll take his time to decide which route he wants to go down. He'll always be sought after in whatever avenue he wants to pursue.
Bowls now, and Haynes pushes it back to the Lancashire number 9. That'll be a prized shirt number to get for Lancashire and England, whoever inherits that in years to come.
Yeah.
I'm not overly big on retiring numbers.
No, they do though, don't they?
Yeah.
Some teams do. I don't think Lancashire will retire the 9.
105 for 3. Next delivery's turn to leg, and there's no run. Had numbers come in by the time you'd finished?
No. Coloured clothing just about.
Well, there's a thought to leave you on. More from Paul, and then it's time. We had the voice of Lancashire cricket back on. Scott Reed will take over from me in just a moment.
Well, we've seen another classy spell from Jimmy Anderson this morning. He's taking the only wicket to fall. Notts on 105 for 3 now. They were 143 behind. They've reduced that deficit by 21 this morning, so 122 behind now. Will Young, the batsman, out, caught by Hurst off Jimmy Anderson, and that was it when the score was 91. We've got Nathan Lyon operating at the opposite end to Jimmy, and he's in again to bowl to Haynes. And that's well, it was Joe Clark in fact, and it's a lovely stroke from Clark down the ground. Nobody bothering to chase that. 4. Scott's here now. You all right?
Good morning, Paul. I'm all right. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Were you following the events of yesterday?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. I couldn't believe it really when I clicked on the feed to see Jimmy's figures, and then spent most of the day rerunning them and having a look at, poring over them in great detail. Couldn't believe the bounce he got, actually.
Yeah. That was the surprising thing, wasn't it? Because nobody else seemed to get that bounce.
No. And it's what I was sort of intimating when I was talking to Dave a few minutes ago about the way he's still bowling.
He's lying in. That's turned away to the leg side by Clark for no run.
And in getting the ball to do things that others can't.
Yeah.
I always thought it was strange to say to Jimmy, well, you've got one more test, and the more I think about it, the more I think it is strange.
Lyon balls. Clark gets forward and defends, no run. Which is what Nathan Lyon said last night in his interview. We spoke to Lyon, he said that. So they found it a little bit strange. He was surprised that England tapped him on the shoulder and said, "You've got one more."
Yeah, and, yeah, they're looking to the future. I get all that, but you know, if he's bowling the way he's bowling, he could be the short-term future. You don't know with these guys. Everything's short-term these days.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah. Clark defensively just working it towards mid-wicket, no run. 109 for 3. What's the deficit still? 118 behind. Lyon from around the wicket. Clark plays a nice shot, driven down the ground. Chris Green does get across from long on to intercept it before it reaches the boundary, but good-looking shot by Clark. He comes back for 2. Moves on to 28. And the score now to 111 for 3. It's the end of Lyon's over as well. Deficit of 116 runs. Well, it certainly got plenty of people chatting, didn't it? The response from the majority of English cricket fans that were reacting to Nathan Lyon's interview last night were of the same opinion as you. So why bother saying that's it after one test?
Well, I suppose the intention was twofold. A, looking to the future and planning, getting other bowlers into the test side in preparation for what's to come over the next 24 months, which is fair enough. And the fact that you could give Jimmy a farewell, knowing that it was his farewell, rather than just playing him and saying, you know, him having a mediocre test match or whatever and saying, well, we're not picking you again, and that's the end of that.
Okay, yeah.
So I get that to a degree. But
by the way, that's the end of Anderson's spell this morning. 6 overs, 1 for 9, Jimmy's spell.
But my point is, there's nothing to suggest that Jimmy is ready to go. He didn't think he was ready to go. I don't think he took the news particularly well. He's never said anything about it, publicly.
It's Tom Bailey that replaces Anderson in bowls, and Jack Haynes off the front foot in defence. 2 mid-on, no run.
Nelson's on the board.
Were you that way when you were playing?
What?
A bit, superstitious.
No, not really.
Well, the fact that you mentioned it makes me think that maybe you were.
Yeah, but it's an indicator, isn't it? That's all. It's not a question of being superstitious, but perhaps you think, "Ooh, hang on, happened before," and people don't like being on 111.
Bailey to Haynes, that's defended, no run.
So, yeah, I mean, this sort of thing went on in the game. It played. You'd be surprised. It plays on the minds of the batter when the score's on 111. A little. And you'll make everybody notice as well. I'm surprised if they don't. Somebody should be saying, Nelson's on.
Bailey in balls. That's left by Haynes through to Hurst, and there's no run. Interesting to do a little sweep around some of the younger players in this side. And if you said to Matty Hurst, do you know what Nelson is?
Or do you know who Nelson is? Or was?
2-part question. What does it mean?
That's
and
a bit disparaging.
Well, not just to her. I meant just because he's a younger lad.
Yeah, I know what you
just
mean.
The younger players.
Yeah.
Is it still something that younger generation of players think about? Bailey in and bowls. And that's Haynes off the front foot, just jabbing at that ball. It slides away past the edge of the bat and into the gloves of Hurst.
He does play a little bit away from his body at that width of delivery, and follows it a little bit. So something to try and exploit there for the Lancashire bowlers.
It's still 111 for 3. So Nelson's still on the board. Sun's out. Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls. It's driven but not timed as he would have liked. The ball just bouncing its way up towards mid-on, no run. tidy from Bailey this morning. He started with a couple of maiden overs from the other end, from the Grosvenor Road end, and it's a good start to this latest spell from the Harrow Drive end.
You've watched every ball of Lancashire's cricket this year, Scott. Do you think Tom's looking a bit more fluent now? He's hitting the crease better, getting the ball through. He wasn't at his best early season. Don't know whether he was carrying a bit of a niggle.
Yeah, it didn't. Back in April, it just didn't quite look right.
No.
In a balls, bit of width there. That's carved away. Good looking shot by Jack Haynes. That'll be 4 down towards the backward point boundary, and he doubles his total, moves on to 8. It's 115 for 3.
Bit of width, last ball of the over, and Haynes capitalising on that and cracking the ball away square on the offside, rattling the picket fence in front of the President's tent here at Trafalgar Road. So pitch is playing well. There's no demons in it at all. It's offering a little bit to the bowler, but if you're watchful as a batter, then there is no doubt that you can A, survive, and B, score runs.
It's Nathan Lyon twirling away from the other end. That's off the back foot, and that'll be 4 away. Carved out through the offside by Clark. And Lyon's next over starts with a boundary 4.
So the confidence growing for Nottinghamshire. The odd boundary here and there. Successive boundaries here now, one from each player. Good shots as well.
Still 3 around the bat as Lyons around the wicket to Clark, who goes up onto his toes off the back foot and works it away to mid-wicket. No run.
Not much spin, is there? A little bit, but not much.
You know, there was a bit yesterday for that. There was a bit of bounce too for him as well, but he's not had much to work with since he's been with Lancashire. Nathan Lyon. That's clipped away through the leg side by Clark. No run.
I think there must be a little bit, otherwise I don't think he'd be bowling round the wicket as consistently as he is. But trying to straighten the ball from the line of the stumps to threaten those stumps and the inside edge. There's two short legs, well, a leg slip and a short leg waiting.
Lyon to Clark, gets nicely back and defends with the full face of the bat. No run. 119 for 3. Final game for Nathan Lyon. His spell with Lancashire coming to end. He said last night he's made friends for life and he'd happily return. Lyon's in, and Clark drives to mid-off. No run.
That's a decent testimony, isn't it, to the state of cricket at Lancashire.
Yeah, just asked him whether or not he'd enjoyed it and just his thoughts on it, and that was his response.
Great stuff.
Yeah,
going over the wicket now, and leg slips coming out to silly point. Quite like this. Keaton Jennings going just in front in the batsman's eye line.
119 for 3. And back and defending Clark, bouncing out towards Jennings, just underneath the helmet, right in front of the batter. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 4 runs coming off it. 119 for 3. Clark 32. And Haynes on 8. Got this the unusual challenge of having to try and shield our eyes from the sun. We've not had that too much in the previous 3 days. It's mainly been trying to avoid the rain.
Well, we've got an array of devices here, haven't we? We've got 2 umbrellas that double up as well, they're sort of sunshades, but they double up as umbrellas. I've had to get my cap on. We've both got our sunglasses on.
Yep. I need the cap myself, actually. Bailey sets off again. It's worked through the leg side by Jack Haynes. Chase on for Lyon and for Wells. They might run 3. They do, actually. It's a comfortable 3 in the end. Leaning into it and steering it away through mid-wicket for 3. Score ticks along to 121 for 3.
Relative rarity at Southport, a run 3. Outfield normally really quick. It's normally 1 or 4 here on this ground.
Chris Green twirling his arms around at backward point as well.
I wonder if that's just a hint or he's been told to do it. You never know, do you?
Well, just a clue towards the captain.
And he's got his hands in his pockets now. He was given any number of hand warmers about 40 minutes ago.
Bailey bowls forward, goes Clark and defends. The ball bouncing away to Green at backward point, and there's no run. 122 for 3. It's a deficit of 105. We've almost had an hour of cricket on this final day. 1 wicket to fall. Jimmy Anderson with his 8th of the match. Clark is still there. He's 32 not out, having got through the back end of yesterday. Jack Haynes, a new batter, has faced 27 deliveries for his 13 runs so far.
Plenty of chat now. Anderson, Bailey,
and Lyon.
Lyon, yeah, this is pretty decent brains trust there. Well, Anderson and Lyon, anyway.
It's Bailey. He's in and bowling. Clark defends, just pushes away into the offside, no run.
I think that the decision made there was to bring mid-wicket into sort of silly short mid-wicket. That's all that was. No short leg in place. As Chris Green continues to drop hints to Keaton Jennings, throwing grass in the air to see where the wind is, and shadow bowling, stretching.
Meanwhile, Bailey sets off again. It's down the leg side to Clark, taken by Hurst, and there's no run. 122 for 3.
We nearly signed Joe Clark, you know.
All right.
Glenn Chappell and I had long discussions with him when he moved from Worcester. Anyway, he chose not. There's a lot of players do, don't they? A lot of players choose to join Nottinghamshire, bowlers especially. Pennington and Tong, Stone.
Bailey to Clark off the back foot, runs that away through gully, and he'll turn and jog gently back for 2. The score moves to 124 for 3. Clark moves on to 32. Pretty tough, I guess, isn't it, competition to try and recruit players?
Well, it's hard enough, and it's now questionable if you're going to go for top class England players.
Bailey to Clark,
or even those that are on the fringe of England teams. I mean, you know, Notts have gone for Pennington, who wasn't really on the England radar at the start of the summer, but now they're probably going to lose him for most of the rest of the summer. Tong, who was on the England radar, recruited. How many games is he going to play? Because all these good bowling options and prospective England candidates all of a sudden come under the England umbrella, and the arm round the shoulder, and there's a fair bit of protection offered. I mean, similar to Saqib Mahmood at Lancashire. We've historically been we basically had to liaise with the ECB about when he can and can't play, and it causes issues for coaches and directors of cricket as to where they should go in their quest for talent,
which presumably makes the role of trying to produce your own players
even more attractive and sensible.
Lyon's 4-over spell does come to an end, and the clues that Chris Green were dishing out to his captain have been spotted, because Keaton Jennings is going to bring Chris Green into the attack, replacing Nathan Lyon. 1, 2, 4 for 3. So here's Chris Green with his off spin from over the wicket, and that's defended away by Jack Haynes. No run. I mean, that is also going to be quite. I mean, one of the main requirements of county cricket, isn't it? That to produce your own players rather than just nicking everybody else's.
Well, it should be, and it's something that Lancashire have tried to do over certainly the last 10 years or so. You've only got to look at the middle order now, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know, Bohannon, Bell, Hurst, Balderson. There you go.
There's Green to Haynes, defended to the leg side, no run.
That's not to say that counties should shy away from augmenting their young and developing players with others. We've done it at Lancashire with Keaton Jennings, for example.
Nicely driven, and that's a good piece of fielding by Jimmy Anderson, who's at mid-off. He's diving away to his left-hand side, and sorry, it was Tom Bailey, and puts the stop in. And get through for one on 25 for 3.
Yeah, Jimmy's grazing at deep backward square.
He is, yeah. Let's work back to Green off his own bowling, and there's no run. Umpire's having a look here where Green's landing.
Running on the, being told to get off, follow through. You've got 4 feet where you can tread where you like, and then you've got to be well wide of the stumps in your ensuing strides.
Green bowls again. It's defended by Clark. Back to Green. Completes his first over with just a single coming off it. 125 for 3. Clark 34, Haynes on 12.
That running down the wicket is a problem that bowlers who get really close, and off spinners are ones that like to bowl wicket to wicket. So get the front foot landing in line with the stumps, but if you do that, you've got to get off. You've got to pivot, get off the pitch. Otherwise, you get into a spot of bother with the umpires. Tommy Lungley was pretty sharp on that, saying you're too close. And I was told in no uncertain terms that you've got to watch it and get wider of the stumps, otherwise he'll be in serious trouble and get a warning.
Yeah, quite hot on that, aren't they?
Yeah, seem to be. And especially as games go on and pitches wear, and you know, we're getting to crunch time, aren't we? As we get to edge towards the afternoon session of day 4.
It's Bailey. Starts a fresh over, balls whipped away. It's in the air, but it's in the air and it's over the ground, and it's rattling potentially amongst the train track. 6.
So that has gone onto the train track, and quite fortuitously, about 100 metres after that's gone on to, well, 100 metres, there was a train 100 metres away. So it would have hit the train had he played it 10 seconds earlier. Thankfully, no damage done. We're not going to get the ball back. Nobody will be venturing onto the track. There's an electrified rail on there and lots of railings to stop you trespassing. So the umpires are now picking out what they think is a suitable replacement.
Deficit down to double figures now. It's 96. Nottinghamshire behind Lancashire. Let's just have a little quick look around the other scores as we wait for this selection of a different ball, a replacement ball to take place. There's been rain around in London at the Oval, where they're still not playing. Surrey against Essex, with Surrey requiring 8 wickets for victory and Essex needing 323 runs to win. 38 for 2 Essex in their second innings. But they're not playing at the minute. They are playing at Taunton, where Somerset are 67 for 1 in their second innings and require a further 343 runs to win. with Warwickshire needing 9 wickets for victory. And Kent are 167 for 3 in their second innings. They lead Hampshire by 5 runs with 7 wickets remaining. And Division 2 games, well, there's only one currently in play. That's Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. There's been plenty of runs there for Gloucestershire, certainly at Cheltenham College. Glamorgan are 288 for 3 in their second innings, require a further 305 runs to win, and Gloucestershire needs 7 Glamorgan wickets for victory. And there's commentary of all those games by the BBC Sport website and app as we get just beyond the hour mark of the final day here on Lancs TV, 5 Sports Extra, and via BBC local radio as well. 131 for 3. Bailey for Lancashire in and bowls. Jack Haynes gets forward again, pushes away defensively into the offside, and there's no run.
I always wonder when there's a change of ball whether that'll just do something for the bowling side, whether it'll swing a little bit more or be easier to grip for the spinners.
Not a lot's happened, has it really?
No, there's not. No demons in the pitch. It's been a fairly sedate first hour and 10 minutes.
Bailey bowls again. Haynes gets forward and defends. There's Williams at mid-wicket to field, no run. Still a lot of batting to do for Nottinghamshire on this final day. The weather at the minute's absolutely lovely. The forecast has improved a lot. It looked pretty grim for this last day at times yesterday, but it's a bit cheerier now.
The local boys, the Southport Cricket Club guys on the gate said that I said I thought it was going to rain. He said no, it's getting better. Bailey
bowls again to Haynes from the crease defends with a straight bat.
Then they launched into the usual rigmarole of we're in a microclimate here, you know.
The excuses came then, did they?
Yeah, microclimate, yeah. And the rain seems to miss us. It'll go down the Ribble or the Mersey, but it won't hit us here.
Right, okay.
So there we go. Now we know.
Wasn't much of a microclimate on Monday.
Well, it was. It was a rainy one. Didn't rain in Manchester.
Did it not?
Well, that's not true. It rained a bit, but
oh,
not
right,
a lot.
Okay, right. Not been to Old Trafford for a while. They've been on the road. Been a bit of a road trip with Lancashire the last month or so. Bailey's in, full ball, fires in the Yorker. Bailey dug out by Haynes, clipped out to the leg side, no run. But back on, probably say Friday, but no, we're in Northampton on from Friday, yeah, Sunday. Return of the T20 Blast at
Family Day.
Trafford.
Family Day,
oh,
Sunday.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice. 2:30 start against the Worcestershire Rapids, and if you're a Nottinghamshire fan, the Outlaws are against the Birmingham Bears at Trent Bridge at 2:30 on Sunday as well. Before that, we're off to Northampton on Friday. In fact, Notts are back at Trent Bridge this Friday against Leicestershire. And Bailey's in, short and pulled, and Balderson does well on the fine leg boundary. And they think about coming back for 2 and wisely decide against it. It's the end of the over, 132 for 3. It's the end of Paul as well for the time being. Change around up in the I say commentary box, but it's like a commentary park bench really. It's a lovely park bench, and we've got some lovely cushions today. Look at this little beautiful cushion that we've got. Keep ball nice and comfortable. Got that nice and warm, ready for the girdler to come back and do a bit. 132 for 3, trailed by 95. Yes, so the T20 Blast returns on Friday. Notts at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire Foxes in a battle of the East Midlands, if that's a thing. And Lancashire are at Northampton. Something to look forward to. 132 for 3. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Scott.
Here's Chris Green in and bowls. Forward goes Haynes and defends, and there's no run.
Have you been looking at what's going on elsewhere?
I just had a little little scout around the grounds during the course of the ball change. Yeah, it's having a bit of rain at the oval. Green's in. It's turned away to the leg side by Haynes, and there's no run.
Didn't realise, I don't know if you've mentioned it or not, but the West Indies have started their tour of the UK today.
Okay.
I remember the day when there'd be fanfares and trumpets, and everybody would be excited to get a piece of that, but very low key.
Green balls carved away through the offside by Jack Haynes out towards the point boundary. Lavelle will catch up with the ball, and they'll come back for 2 in the process. 134 for 3. So where are the West Indies?
They're playing the first class counties select 11.
Okay. 134 for 3. Here's Green from over the wicket, bowls. It's gone, yeah. Caught behind. Green picks up his first championship wicket for Lancashire. Terrific catch by Matty Hurst. And that's the 4th wicket to fall. Haynes goes for 21. Fine piece of glove work by Hurst. Green celebrates, as do Lancashire. 134 for 3, trailed by 93.
Yes, as you say, a really good bit of wicket keeping by Matty Hurst. Not the first time in this match that we've seen him standing up so the spinners take a really good catch. Jack Haynes just trying to give himself just a little bit of room, fraction of room, trying to cut it away through the offside, and can only imagine there was a thin feather through. Chris Green celebrating. 134 for 3, so Notts have still got a long way to go. They're 93 adrift here, only 6 wickets left. Of course, they've got to get in front, get to a position of safety, and then give themselves enough time just to have a little bit of a bowl at Lancashire. Otherwise they're going to lose a point for a poor over rate. I guess primarily it's going to be about getting out of this one without losing, trying to get a draw. I heard you and Paul talking about the weather and the microclimates here and whatever. The ground staff told me that the next one they're sort of keeping half an eye on is there's a little band in the area about 2:15. Might or might not come close to the ground, so we'll keep half an eye on that one. But here is Lyndon James making his way out to the middle, one of those blown away in that whirlwind spell yesterday from Jimmy Anderson. He was caught in the gully by Will Williams, having made 5. He'll be looking to bat for a lot longer and have a far more significant role here in the second innings.
Yeah, Lancashire have got themselves a short straight mid-on to James, plus the short mid-wicket, short leg and a slip. All crouching down in the batter's eye line. Green to James, it's down the leg side, left by Lyndon James, taken by Hurst, and there's no run. 134 for 4.
Yeah, just on what we were talking about, the West Indies beginning their tour of the UK today, playing the first class county select 11 at Beckenham.
As Green's in, and James defends.
No, it's advertised, that's the end of the over by the way, 134 for 4, as a men's domestic first class match, but it can't be because we've got 13 names in the first class counties select 11 and 14 in the West Indies side, skippered of course by Craig Brathwaite, who's one of those to be dismissed. The West Indies are batting their 83 for 2, and young Farhan Ahmed of Nottinghamshire is in the first class counties select 11. He's the brother of Rehan Ahmed, who's at Leicestershire. But if they're playing 13 against 14, there's no way it can be a first class fixture. But we'll keep half an eye on that one as well.
Yes, Harry Singh, he's a Lancashire player.
Of course he is, yeah.
Select 11 or select 13.
So it's going to be Nathan Lyon. Replacing Bailey. The Harrod drive end away to our right, so the Aussie spin twins in tandem. 134 for 4. Really incumbent upon Joe Clark now to bat through whatever remains of play on day 4 here. Really got to bat deep. This one wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Tend to have a little look at the cricket birthdays where we can and see if there's any relevance to the sides we're watching. Richard Hadley, of course, no bigger name in Nottinghamshire cricket. He's 73 today, Sir Richard Hadley. Doubt he'll be watching or listening, but many happy returns if you are, as Clark down on one knee with a very elegant sweep out to Balderson in the deep, gets a single. Joe Clark continues on his merry way, moves on to 35, Notts 135 for 4, and that brings Lyndon James on to strike. Tall man Lyndon James, Nottinghamshire born, went to Oakham School, the same as Stuart Broad, and talking about numbers with Paul a little earlier, he's inherited Stuart Broad's number 8. So Nathan Lyon to bowl to him. This short leg. There's a man in very close on the offside. And this one through Lyndon James' defences, strikes him on the pad, doesn't bring an appeal. Maybe drifting down. So slip a short leg and man very tight on the offside. Pressure building on Nottinghamshire, you fancy. Lancashire now 6 wickets away from the win as Lyndon James comes down the track. Real positive intent, but drives it straight back to the bowler. Real active aggression from Lyndon James there. Sign that he doesn't want to be tied down. Lyon got 2 of the 4 wickets to fall. Balls again, and this time playing from the crease. Lyndon James pushes it into the offside. And there's no addition to the total. 135 for 4. Will Young out for 17. Opened the door initially for Lancashire this morning. Jimmy Anderson with that wicket, and then Jack Haynes fell for 21 after a partnership of 43 with Joe Clark. James again has to defend. It's tough going out there, Scott. 135 for 4.
Yeah, tough going when you're facing Nathan Lyon, isn't it? The best in the business. They've kept it really tight. It's a good start by Green, helped by the wicket. But actually, the build-up before that, obviously the way that Jimmy started, and then I thought Bailey bowled really well from both ends. So they kind of kept the pressure up through the course of the morning. The run rates at just about 2 and over. And it's still a long way from even Lancashire having to think about batting again. They've prized out a couple of wickets, so yeah, it's a pretty good hour and 20 minutes that for Lancashire. They'll be pretty pleased. Clark looks particularly stubborn, doesn't he? He's been excellent, and maybe plenty depends on him from Nottingham's point of view, but it will be spin from both ends to continue. The 2 Aussies are in tandem. Lyon from one end, Green from the other. He's playing just I think this is 13th first-class match. He's got his whites on rather than his different colours of T20 strips from his various teams he plays for. Still wearing squad number 93. Balls to Clark. That's worked out towards the leg side where Bohannon fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Slip in a short leg, short mid-wicket as well. Green in, bowls. Guided away off the back foot through the covers for a single. Clark to 36, and it's 136 for 4.
Been some runners at Cheltenham over the last few days, hasn't there? Where in their second innings, Gloucestershire declared on 610 for 5. Glamorgan's still a long way from victory, but they're going along well. 307 for 3. Century for Marnus Labuschagne, undefeated, and Sam Northeast 73 not out. They still require a further 286. Labuschagne and Northeast in tandem.
Green to James. Just hurried a little bit there. Maybe fizzing a touch quicker by Green, but he gets in behind it and defends. And there's no run. At the start of the festival week there at Cheltenham, presumably with some T20s to come as well. Green's in to James. Again, that's dabbed away. Oh, they're thinking about one. They decide against it. Green actually goes fielding off his own bowling there, sprinting out to cover. No run.
Thought there might have been one, actually.
Yeah, I think Clark fancied it, didn't he, at the non-striker's end, but James wasn't so keen. As Green sets off and then stops and rocks back onto his bowling mark, and then slowly starts it again past the umpire now, bowling over the wicket. Shovelled away into the offside by James, picked up by Jennings at cover, no run.
Not much doing in the hospitality tent today.
No, it's quiet today, isn't it? Yeah. It was a buzz yesterday. This time yesterday, I think Jimmy had just done his 10-over stint and picked up 6 for 19, and everybody was out.
Yeah.
Celebrating with a drink. Forward comes James as Green tries it around the wicket to him. That's a defensive shot, and there's no run, just a single coming off it. 1-3-6 for 4. Trailed by 91.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the, you know, the sayings from the 80s or so when Viv or Botham were batting that they'd empty the bars. Well, we actually could see that yesterday, but with a bowler doing it, don't know. Several hundred people in the hospitality marquee. Many of them have spent first couple of days pretty much inside the marquee and very close to the bar and very close to all the bottles of fizz that were in there. But yesterday they came out in their hordes once they heard that Jimmy Anderson was bowling, and for every wicket he got, the noise around the ground was increased. There's a little bit of an issue with the ball here. It's not been that much of a problem during the contest so far. We've had more of an issue with the fact that the ball has been lost a time or two on the railway line or in somebody's back garden, but genuine getting together of the umpires just to see if the ball would go through one of the gauges and not through the other ring, and they've decided it's okay to carry on with. Umpire Saggers at the bowler's end. Don't know if that was initiated by Nathan Lyon or somebody else pointed it out to him, but we're going to carry on nonetheless. Joe Clark has 36. He was 11 not out overnight. Lost Will Young in the first half an hour this morning to Jimmy Anderson, and then Jack Haynes more recently. Next ball is bowled by Nathan Lyon, and Clark happy just to defend. Started the season century in the first match, century in the second match, double century in the third match. Joe Clark, he was up there with Alex Davis, first in Division 1 to reach 500 runs, but been a little leaner since then, although he's continued to turn out handy contributions. Train goes by as Lyon bowls to Clark, and he defends. Before his naught in the first innings, his last 3 visits to the crease have brought 57 at home to Hampshire, 73 not out on his birthday at New Road against Worcestershire, and rain washed away a chance of a century on his old ground as the next delivery is dropped on the leg side, and then 51 against Somerset last week, only batting once in each of those games, so 3 consecutive half centuries going into this one, but then a duck in the first innings. Really looking to make the most of his opportunity here. Now he's played himself in. Drives this to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off, and there's no run going into this game. Clark was averaging 68 for the season, which I think anybody around the county circuit would be absolutely delighted with that sort of return. Goes on the scoop this time, and he's deflected it nice and fine down to the I think they're calling that is that the standby media tent, the overflow media tent. Ball almost running into, see the journalists in there. Boundary for Clark. That was very nicely played indeed. 140 for 4, and Joe Clark's contribution is 40 of them. That was just a nice little deft touch from Clark. This time with more muscle, gets it away on the leg side, and you can see a spectator in a deck chair, and he's already pointing with both arms towards the sky, as is the umpire. So 10 from 2 deliveries. He's got underneath that one and away for a big 6. And Scott's pointing at Paul.
It was a big 6, wasn't it? Another one over the fence onto the railway lines. Seen a few sent that way in this game, and a couple already this morning.
So, if Lancashire at the start of that over weren't too happy about the ball and weren't too happy that it wasn't changed, they've got their wish now because it's been slapped out of the ground and onto the main line route between Liverpool and Southport by Joe Clark, who's gone to 46, 146 for 4. Number 24's on. Is that young Master Lavelle?
It is, yeah. Yeah, Jimmy's just gone off.
Where are we? Lunch is at 1 o'clock. Oh, it's only 25 past 12.
Well, with spin from both ends, there's a chance that Lancashire are going to rattle through quite a bit of overs before lunch, and the second new ball will be due not too far away from the afternoon session.
Yeah, this is the 22nd over of the morning, and Notts are 62 for 2 so far today.
Yeah, 67 overs gone in this second innings. So we are at 13 away from that new ball becoming an option for Lancashire as Green starts again. He tries a catch it, but it's worked along the ground by Lyndon James just behind square, where Lavelle with his first involvement at backward square leg fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, Lyndon James, he's averaging 42 for the season, does have a century, 106 not out at home to Hampshire, also has a 96 against Worcestershire, so a decent return with the bat for him.
Green to James, rocks onto that front foot and defends back down the pitch to Green off his own bowling.
I've put the mockers on Marnus Labuschagne because he's just been dismissed for 119 in that match at Cheltenham.
146 for 4 here. Nottinghamshire trail by 81. Green to James. It's dabbed away to the leg side where Bohannon fields at mid-wicket, just jogging a few paces backwards and away to his left as he waits for the ball to come to him. Picks it up and lobs it back to Green, who's back in again to James. Again, there's no run. Playing forward. Dropping it away to the offside. And Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings comes up to get to the ball, but Green beats him to it, and then Jennings decides to remove his cap and tuck it into the back of his trousers because he wants to get himself into a catching position. He's going to put the helmet on. He's at leg slip. Wells at slip, Jennings at leg slip, and Bell at forward short leg. So 3 close catches crouching down around the batter, Lyndon James, as Green comes around the wicket and balls to him now, but down the leg side, it goes through the gloves of Hurst and down towards the boundary and into the rope.
Yeah, they're not running, so no. It must have brushed some part of Lyndon James' anatomy. Clearly wasn't playing a shot. Amongst all your other scoops that you got chatting to Nathan Lyon, did he talk about this week? Did he talk about Southport being here and what he's made of it?
I just asked him in general about playing in the Championship. It's it being his last game for Lancashire as Green's in and turned away by James down towards short fine leg, and there's no run. End of the over. 146 for 4. Yeah, he was very complimentary about how much he'd enjoy this stint here, and so it's a competition he's always wanted to play in, and it's a competition that lots and lots of cricketers and cricket fans in Australia follow, and it was an ambition of his to play, and he said he would like to come back in the future if that opportunity presented itself. So yeah, he seemed like he really enjoyed it. I think the phrase he used was that he's made friends for life at Lancashire, and it's obviously gone really well for him, both for him and his family who've been with him.
Might be the start of a lengthy association then. Keep half an eye on that one. We're going to see him now bowling from the Harrod Drive end, way to our right. Those watching the live screen will have just seen a close-up of Luke Wells. He's taking his position in the slip corner. We saw a little bit of Luke Wells late on last night in the gloom in those 8 overs that really didn't do an awful lot to promote the excitement of county championship cricket. It really was just a case of fulfilment of obligation with regards, I think, to getting the players out there in conditions that had dried. Nottinghamshire, of course, were desperate to get through those 8 overs without conceding a wicket, and they did that as Clark advances towards Lyon and drills it back to him. But I'm pleased I didn't have to write 500 words on those 8 overs.
Not a lot happened.
No. 146 for 4. Nottinghamshire trying to scrap their way out of a Jimmy Anderson shaped hole here. That's his, don't know what the hold up is here.
I think he wants a new bat.
Yeah. So a defensive push from Joe Clark back to Nathan Lyon, and he's broken. Well, I hope that's not the favourite one, because as you know, we chat to these players on a regular basis, and when Joe Clark earlier in the season got his 3 consecutive centuries, or centuries in 3 consecutive games, and we talked about him. We ended up talking about his bat after his double 100 at Taunton, and you know, it generally has 3. He's got one which he obviously calls his number 1, his absolute prime bit of wood, his spare and his practice bat, and the number 1, the one that he got all those runs with at the start of the season. I fancy there was a little bit of a love affair with it. I hope that's not the one that's been broken. 146 for 4. Either way, it's been replaced by the spare. Just a guess when you change. I mean, they're all the same, aren't they? They're all absolutely the same weight, the same grips, the same manufacturer. I guess you just want to feel ball coming nicely off the face of the new one, and he does now with a little push for a single into the offside. Moves on to 47, knots onto a snooker maximum. 147 for 4. Eating away into their deficit here on 5 Sports Extra. Paul Allett, Scott Reed, Dave Bracegirdle watching. We've had a cast of thousands through the week. Bumble was with us the first couple of days. We've had Callum Flynn with us the last 2 days as well, and lots of nice people popping by in our position on the patio in front of the tennis pavilion as we watch on now as Lyndon James faces Nathan Lyon. Again, he advances down the track, tries to work it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The only one that successfully left his crease on a regular basis has been Keaton Jennings, because he pretty much did that every ball, didn't he?
He did, yeah, early on in his innings. Kind of defensive shots, weren't they, coming down to the seamers?
Lyon bowls, Jennings defends. Speaking of Jennings, it couldn't really be any closer, and he's a big tall man. He's as tall as a giraffe, and he's right there in the eye line of Jack Haynes on the offside. Very, very close in. Got all the protective gear on, of course. Lyon bowls. James comes down and pushes it to Keaton Jennings, and then has to make his ground quickly for fear of being run out.
I think he actually bounced back down to Lyon, didn't he? But
yeah,
Jennings...
He dummied.
Yeah.
I was hoping you wouldn't mention that.
Oh, sorry. I was a bit confused myself until I saw the replay.
Yeah, he dummied a few people, including myself. Next delivery sees James again come down the track and push it back to Nathan Lyon.
You could get away with that before the stream started, couldn't you? You used to make all sorts of stuff up.
147 for 4. Joe Clark will have the chance to get his half-century, because he's going to be on strike at the start of the next over. Lyndon James, what's at his face now? 20 deliveries, still on 0. But he is still there. That's the important thing from the Notts perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. And what, half an hour left until lunch. A couple of wickets to fall this morning. Lancashire prize one more out before a new ball will be due, which won't be not too far away, 11 overs away. So they'll have that soon enough, Lancashire, with these 2 spinners on at both ends.
They'll start to be really believing that they're going to go on and win this if they don't already, if they break this partnership, and then get into the 2 spinners, Liam Patterson-White and Calvin Harrison, and then the 3 quicks, Stone, Pennington and Patterson.
Green's just dropped Lyon back towards the long on boundary. Jennings at mid-off. First deliveries down the leg side to Clark.
And if Lancashire can get over the line, of course, it'll be back-to-back wins. Started these two matches in the bottom two, defeated Kent last week. If they can get a similar result here against Notts, they'll be nicely positioned middle of the table, ready for a push in September.
Green to Clark. It's defended gently back to the bowler, no run. It's kind of bunched up, isn't it, the middle of the Division 1 table. I mean, the Worcestershire win this week's a belting win for them. That kind of shakes things up a little bit. And a lot of teams all bunched together, really, in the middle.
Been no play still this morning between the top two at the Oval.
It's run away down to backward point by Clark for no run. Well, that wouldn't be the worst thing, would it, really? I mean, a Surrey win there, if they were to go on and win, would
be over the hill and out of sight.
It would feel that way, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
147 for 4. Green in to Clark. To the front foot and defends. Easing the ball out towards the offside. Balderson comes up from backward point to field. Green walks back to his mark, clutching the ball towards his chest. Tom just blowing a little in the breeze as he twirls into Clark, a little quicker this time. Defends sound enough though, Clark. Ball bounces off the face of the bat to the bowler's left-hand side. Green gets low down to his left of field, has to catch it with it. Just went under his fingertips to begin with, but then scoops the ball up and trots in again. It's worked through mid-on by Clark. Down the ground to Lyon for a single, and Clark keeps the strike as well, so edging towards the 150 mark. What's Clark on now?
48, I think.
Thank you. And it's 148 for 4. I'm off. Hallett's coming in.
Thank you, Scott. More from Scott just before 1 o'clock. He'll be back to sum up the session, sum up what we've seen in the 2 hours this morning. Hopefully we'll get the full 2 hours in. We've had about an hour and 37 minutes. A lot of chatting going on out there. 1 or 2 powwows, 1 or 2 mothers' meetings taking place. The 2 batters getting together. The 2 umpires are chatting. There's little pockets of Lancashire players getting together. The be-all and end-all is that the status quo has been resumed. It's still going to be Nathan Lyon to bowl to Joe Clark. Eventually, I think Paul Allett is back with us. Richard Hadley's birthday.
Good player, Richard Hadley, only one of the very, very best. Magnificent bowler, and not a bad striker of the ball either in the lower middle order.
Lyon going round the wicket to Clark, and he gives him an opportunity just to help this down to Balderson at deep backward square for a single. Moves to 49, Notts 149 for 4.
I just had to blink then as I was coming back on commentary. Lyndon James is still off, not off the mark. It's been the most flamboyant Nort I've seen. I mean, he's been down the track, he's punched the ball aggressively at mid-on and mid-wicket, using his feet, flourishing here, there and everywhere, and he's Nort. Well, good on him anyway.
Played his part in a 15-run partnership so far, and again he comes down the track and he's heard Paul Allett, and again he can't get a run. He's drilled that. Again, did me like in the last over when I was looking out towards the boundary, but Nathan Lyon, like all good bowlers, is a very good fielder off his own bowling. If you want to preserve your figures, make sure you stop him off your own bowling. He was very deep into his crease to play this one out to Keaton Jennings.
Well, there's an aggression in everything that James does. He defends aggressively and positively, so good on him for that. He just needs to keep calm, because you can tell he's itching to get off the mark now, as he has been for quite some time.
Yes, it's all a little bit frenetic, it seems. Works this onto the leg side. 149 for 4. I know his mum and dad will be watching us and cheering him on.
Looks a good cricketer to me,
as they always do.
Looks a good cricketer. I like the way he bowled. Got 4 wickets to me in that first innings. Good all-rounder.
Lyon bowls to him again in this run into the offside, fielded by George Lavelle, and there's no run. Mentioned to Scott, I'll put the same question to you after this. After this, Nathan Lyon Ball, or we'll pop the question now. Were you aware that the West Indies were starting their tour today?
Oh yes.
Oh right, all over it. Good man. 149 for 4. Down the track comes James, and he has got hold of this one, and he is off the mark with a very, very nice straight drive down towards the Harrod Drive end. It's along the ground, it's just nestled at the foot of the wall on the bank. The 150 is up to complete indifference. 153 for 4. James on 4, Joe Clark on 49. But there was a time where there'd be fanfares and trumpets, and everybody would be there watching the West Indies
tour. They'd be playing
tours.
Worcester, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
As the pipe opener to the touring summer. They're playing one of those spurious 14-a-side games that isn't first class and is a bit of a nonsense in my book, but there we are.
Yeah.
Gives everybody a chance to play, I suppose. And I think it comes about because they don't play very many games before launching into international cricket. Test match starts next week, of course. So this will be probably the sole warm-up game.
Yes, I can't remember the last time Nottinghamshire actually played a touring side. You get your Test, you get your internationals. There's green bolts is pushed into the offside. You get your 100 matches. You get the one-day cup final at Trent Bridge, etc., etc. And it's so long since Nottinghamshire played a visiting touring side. As you say, they seldom do play the counties, but if they do, they would perhaps go to somewhere like, with all due respect, Leicestershire or Derbyshire, just to have a tour opener as this is pushed back to the bowler, and then straight into the international fixtures, and then away they go to another part of the world and do it all over again. 153 for 4. Green with one of the wickets this morning, bowls, and Clark on 49 defends.
This is only his 13th first class match, you know.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Played over 200 T20s, plenty of List A games.
Clark's still on 49, blocks this one. Naught in the first innings. Wasn't on a pair for too long. Stroked his first ball last night down the ground for 3 to get him up and running. 153 for 4. Again, it's pushed out onto the offside. I think they used to say it with Kevin Peterson, didn't they? The Red Bull run, I think they called it. Obviously other drinks are available, but the Red Bull run with Peterson. Like to get off the mark, first ball, get down the track, push the run, call your partner through and get away. And here's Joe Clark's 50. Nice little crisp push out into the deep mid-wicket area. Will Williams will field, and Joe Clark for the 7th time this season reaches 50. On 3 of those occasions he's gone on to reach 3 figures, and we're just getting his figures. 107 balls, and I'll just check for you in a moment. I think it was 7 fours and a 6, but we'll have a little look at that in a moment.
It's been a good innings from Joe Clark, much needed for Nottinghamshire, coming in yesterday afternoon, and he's batted with plenty of composure and no little flair either. When he hits the ball, he hits it firmly and very selectively in his shot making. Strong all round the wicket. He's got another challenge in front of him now, because Luke Wells is on for a spell of leg breaks, I would imagine. Good partnership breaker, Luke Wells, as is George Balderson. We've not seen Balderson or Williams this morning.
No.
I thought Balderson might have had a bowl.
Clark's figures 107 balls, but it was 5 fours and a 6. Wells bowled a couple of overs last night, and I've seen him bowl many times in the past, but side on it's a different perspective. It really seemed to push the ball through quickly. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1 last night, his figures. So it wasn't offering it any flight and guile last night. Really did push the ball through, and he comes again, and it's on wide of the pegs, and unusually it's not taken cleanly by Matty Hurst, but no damage is done.
Just kept a bit low, didn't it? Very tall man, Luke Wells. He's 6'4", strong, and developed his bowling, or continued to develop his bowling in his time at Lancashire. Has become a useful partnership breaker, bowler in one-day cricket.
This is played back to him. The only Luke Wells stat I've got is, of course, as most of mine are totally irrelevant and very niche, is Ricky Vessel's only first class wicket. In his Sussex days, he was going along nicely in a match that was fairly tedious and heading towards a draw. Notts popped Ricky Vessel's on for only about the second time in his career. As this is played back to him, and Luke Wells obliged by chipping one straight back to the bowler. Thank you very much. 154 for 4. Notts began the morning. Couple of wickets down. 84 for 2. So they've added 70 runs this morning in about an hour and 3/4. And this one bringing a few oohs, especially from Keaton Jennings at slip. It, in truth, just looked to be wide of the off stump, goes through to Matty Hurst. There didn't seem to be too much.
Not much to ooh and ah about that. It was just a couple of feet wide of off stump. Maybe Jennings thought it was a googly and would spin back into the stumps.
Next delivery wide of the pegs. Apologies for having the phone on, but they're on for calls like that or messages like that. As 5 Sports Extra say, we've left you for now, we're going somewhere else. So Paul, we couldn't retain the listenership for any longer.
No,
they don't want us.
Well, Jimmy's not bowling, is he? And
no.
There's not much happening at the moment. Both sides pegging away.
Wells bowls, and Clark have got his 50 in the last over. It's his 51st run with a turn to leg, and that's the end of Luke Wells' comeback over. Just a single from it, so he's 3 overs none for 2 as we close in on lunch. If Notts can get to lunch 4 down, there'll be a beady eye on the weather. The ground staff say 2:15 is the next sort of moment that they're keeping abreast of. Apparently there's a front passing in this general area around about 2:15.
I'm going to check on my hugely reliable Met Office app now. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look clever.
Oh, has it changed again?
Well, it sort of showers 50% chance from 1 till 4.
There's no doubt about it that Lancashire have dominated this game, monopolised this game. If there is to be a winning side, it deserves to be Lancashire, but of course cricket and life in general isn't fair like that, is it? Sometimes the weather will come along and help you, sometimes it will come along and derail your victory charge. We'll have to see how it goes as Green bowls down the leg side and Clark has nothing to do with it.
I was just saying to Scott before you came on, they're quite optimistic here that we're in a little microclimate.
Nicely played by Clark, back to the bowler.
And the weather, when it's coming in from the west, sometimes splits, shoots off down the Mersey and the Ribble. We're left in the middle without the rain.
Oh dear.
Let's just hope.
I'll say what's just happened in a second as it's defended. We've got a young lady and a young gentleman carrying a lunch tray. Maybe that's even the press tent's lunch tray, but seemed like she was holding it on a bit of an angle, and she's got all juice, either gravy or something, that's just gone all down her trousers. Here comes another one. So 3 trays have now left the catering marquee.
Rather worryingly, none of the trays have come into our little pavilion.
155 for 4. Have you got a wristband today? Have you got the all-inclusive Bumble wristband?
No, I haven't got that today.
Next delivery is defended. Day 2, Bumble. I think he was heard to say, "Do you know who I am?"
It's the privileges of us both being vice presidents. We do get looked after quite nicely at times.
Field being brought in now towards the back end of the over. 1 ball left. Joe Clark has been kept quiet in this over. They'd like to bowl it, Lyndon James. So final ball, and Clark has enough faith in his partner, and of course he should have, just to block this one. So it's a maiden to Chris Green, whose figures remain 1 for 7. But now Nathan Lyon can have a little go again at Lyndon James, who stroked him away elegantly for a boundary in his last over. Is there a vice president's table today? Because
so I can see two vice presidents
right.
in the front row there. There's the Reverend Malcolm Lorimer and Bob Dearden.
I think they've just been asked, would you like a burger or a sausage or what do you call them here? Barms.
The barm cake.
Yeah. No,
Barm
they're
cake.
cobs or rolls, aren't they?
Well, it's a roll, yeah.
I think they've just been asked if they want a burger or a sausage barm cake for lunch.
Really?
No, that's
Not particularly.
I'm only having you.
Yeah. Well, it was frustrating on Sunday because we got to the table and there was 2 ice buckets full of wine, bit of rosé, bit of white, red on the table, and Bumble and I, of course, couldn't sample either or any.
Cut away by Lyndon James for a single. Will Williams, who hasn't had a bowl this morning, needs 2 attempts to grasp it before firing it back into the gloves of Hurst. 156 for 4. There's Bumble on the second day, the rain day. Was
did he avail himself of the hospitality?
Well, he did a little bit, and we felt for him because he joined a lengthy queue for the bacon, cobs, barms, whatever in the morning. As Clark pulls this onto the leg side, there's protection out there, we'll only get a single, and he came out with 1 in each hand, and there were a queue of people who'd seen him go in there waiting to have a photograph with him, so the poor lad was stood there having photographs with all these people holding his breakfast as well. Iron now to bowl to Lyndon James, LJ they call him, obviously wide of the pegs, and it goes through to Hurst. If you ever wonder what it might be like to spend a day in the life of a celebrity, you only had to watch David Lloyd and see the people following him around on Tuesday, and the number of autographs, the number of photographs that he posed for, the number of people just popping up wanting to say hello. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? But he didn't get a minute to himself. This is pushed into the offside, no run.
No, he's hugely popular across the age demographic. And little kids coming up to him on Sunday wanting his autograph. Thanks, Bumble. And then people, octogenarians, saying the same thing. It was great.
I'm sure he's with us today. Do you think he'll be watching? This goes through to Matty Hurst.
He'll be watching or listening, will David? Yeah. He's playing next week, he says. Yeah, playing for the over 70s or over 75s, is it? Never quite sure which age bracket he's in.
I think it's 70s. Crikey. There's not a lot else to do in York, is there, bar listen to us. This wide of the off stump through to the keeper. 157 for 4. Got about 7 minutes to go until lunch. Brings Scott in just before the end of the session, and he'll talk you through what's happened if we haven't managed to get there yet. 75 overs have gone. They've probably timed this nicely, haven't they, Lancashire? They're just about going to go to lunch, and then they know they can come out and within an over or two have that second new ball. Yeah,
and they've got some fresh bowlers. Balderson hasn't bowled. Williams hasn't bowled. Jimmy Anderson, I think, bowled 6 overs this morning, and Tom Bailey a few more than that. Otherwise, it's been spin from Lyon and Green and Wells.
You are taking it straight away, I presume, if you're skippering.
I think so. I think looking on, it's what you. Yeah, it'll do a little bit more. There's not much happening on the pitch. There's not much spin or seam.
There's green balls. This has gone down the leg side. So on the first day, we sort of posed that same question for Asiba Mead, and he took it straight away at the end of the 80th over. But Ollie Stone in particular, Dylan Pennington to a lesser extent, as this is turned away for a single, was suddenly under increased pressure with that second new ball. Keaton Jennings decided that was the time to attack. He didn't really go after the bowlers between the 70th and the 80th over, which is traditional, but that second new ball, it was pinging away, wasn't it?
Well, with the ball coming onto the bat a bit more, it helps, and I think the situation in the game demanded it as well. Lancashire had lost wickets. He was the senior batter and perhaps the only batter out there. So attack being the best form of defence, that's why. Nottinghamshire in a different situation now, still trailing. Got to play much differently.
Green bowls. Lyndon James Not seen as much of Chris Green. He's very often been down Nathan Lyon's end. Defends this one. 158 for 4, having begun the morning on 84 for 2. 74 runs added for the loss of Young and Haynes. Again, this has gone down the leg side. We'll have to have a little look and see what the signal is. It's going to be 2 to the total nonetheless. The last one that went down there, it's Buys against Matty Hurst. The last one that went down there, they didn't bother running, and the umpire signalled dead ball, so it had brushed, I think, the thigh pad.
Yeah, it's full and wide down the leg side, and Hurst didn't quite manage to cover that. I've just seen the food coming in. Dave, I don't want you rushing off now and scoffing it all.
I don't think that's ours. I think we've been in the.
Well, all the ground staff lads have dived into curry and chips an hour ago. So unless that was just a starter,
that was brunch.
That was a starter, was it?
That was brunch. They had the bacon around about 9 o'clock, I think, when we first got here. As this is turned to Josh Bohannon at mid wicket. 160 for 4. Blue sky has left us. Wonder if it will come back. And the breeze has picked up a little bit. It's by no means making those giant trees at the far end of the ground sway, but the breeze has certainly picked up, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Not very good with trees. Not sure what they are, but they're mightily impressive nonetheless, as is Scott Reed, who'll come in and talk you through the last over, I think, of the session, and that'll be after a word from Paul Allen.
Well, it's been a good attritional session. Good cricket from both sides. Lancashire giving nothing away, exploring their opportunities first with the pace of Jimmy Anderson and Tom Bailey, and then 3 spinners: Lyon, Green and Wells. And all the while, Joe Clark has been batting calmly and doing a fine job for Nottinghamshire as Wells comes in again. Clips the pad, I think, on the way through to Hurst. Exclamation again from Jennings. He's quite animated at first slip. I must say I haven't seen too much to get animated about from Wells. There's a little bit of turn. And again for the second ball of this over. Pushing it through, that's clipped the top of the pad and the evaded keeper. Jennings just running round to tidy up. Might get one more over in after this, depends how coordinated my watch and the pavilion clock are. Flick through mid wicket. There's a comfortable single to Joe Clark. Takes him on to 54. 161 for 4. James continues to be aggressive. That's a firm push to mid-on.
These two are batted for 13 overs now together. Let's get in Nottinghamshire to that lunch break, 4 down. Key part of this game potentially is going to be the new ball, isn't it, after lunch?
I think so, yeah. And whether Jimmy Anderson feels that he can bowl. I hope he can.
He's been off the field, hasn't he, for a little bit. Went left the field about half an hour ago, something like that.
Well, if it was half an hour, then
maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah. We might need to check on that, because he can have 20 minutes. He'll be all right.
He's come back on. He's all right. He's come back on.
Oh, that's reduced Wells to his knees as it spun back at Lyndon James. Got an inside edge on it, bounced a little bit. He got a single. That's the end of the over. Hurst scampering through, getting the ball to Bohannon. They want to bowl another over. Green's there. Sweater off. Cap to the umpire, and they will get one more over in.
Yeah, he's back on, Jimmy.
Oh, that's all right then. So, well, yeah, new ball due when, well, within an over or two of the resumption of play after lunch. Let's hope that rain stays away for Lancashire's point of view anyway. Notts would take the rain, I think, in this position.
Is that the suggestion then?
Well, apparently.
This is Green to James. That's defended.
There's
no run.
50% chance of rain between 1 and 4.
162 for 4. This is the final over before lunch, left by James as Green will push that through, taken by the keeper. And there's no run. He's been quite busy, hasn't he, James? He's
very
for his 6. He's faced 38 deliveries, but he's been pretty positive in everything he's done. And getting forward to Green again, defends back down the pitch, and again there's no run. So they've now batted for 14 overs, these two, so they've taken a bit of time out the game together. Clark has played very nicely through the back end of yesterday and through this morning as well. Wind just picks up a little bit.
It's cold as well, that wind, isn't it? Chilly.
Yeah. Had a bit of sunshine this morning, but not too much of it. But when it did burn through, it was quite pleasant. But that breeze just picks up. A little chilly breeze. And there's plenty of fielders around the batter now as Green comes in and bowls. Thrusts the front pad at that as he bowls around the wicket to Lyndon James. So there's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg and a silly point, short mid wicket, backward square leg, mid on. A little bit of company on the brink of lunch as Green is in and bowling. It's off the back foot and played nicely away through the offside. Balderson will catch it with it towards the point boundary, and James comes back and runs 164 for 2 now.
And Green kicks the turf in frustration. He knows that was just a little bit too short and too wide. Allowed James time and room to hit that onto the offside for a couple.
1 to go then before the break for lunch. And taken by Hurst down the leg side. That is indeed lunch on this 4th and final day. Lancashire have managed to prize out a couple of wickets in the morning session. But Joe Clark still going nicely for Nottinghamshire, 54 not out. Lyndon James unbeaten on 8. A second new ball will be due for Lancashire. 2 overs into the afternoon session, and maybe that potentially could hold the key. Will we see Jimmy Anderson take it? Will we see the impact of a second new ball having a big role to play in the final couple of sessions on this last day? But well battered, Joe Clark. He's had some support by Lyndon James. He's unbeaten on 8. 2 wickets for Lancashire this morning. They need 6 more after lunch. Maybe that man there on screen, having done his magic in the first innings. Lancashire hoping he can maybe do something again, a little special second time round. 63 runs behind Nottinghamshire, 164 for 4. Lunch on the final day. We'll catch you in 40 minutes.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mestoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had two buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mestoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mestoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid, so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We're happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farm attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has sought our advice in their property journey.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
One of our best days of the summer, but yeah, pretty amazing to come out here at Southport and obviously have Jimmy bowling as well, and doing what he did this morning was pretty amazing to witness. I've obviously seen it on the other side, and where I'm not standing there saying "Come on, Jimmy." So that was amazing to watch and amazing to be a part of.
How strange was it for you to say "Come on, Jimmy" and to be celebrating Jimmy wickets?
Yeah, no, we did have that little moment where we said it feels a little bit sick, me saying "Come on, Jimmy," and him saying "Nice, Gary." So bit different, but it's a beauty of county cricket, I guess, and being able to come over here and play with, I know, arguably the greatest fast bowler to ever play the game. It's yeah, pretty special.
Were you hoping that at some point you would get a chance to to play in the same team alongside him?
Yeah, definitely. When I first signed for Lancashire, that was one of the big draw cards. Was obviously the chance to hopefully bowl in partnership with Jimmy. We've only done 3 overs so far, but hopefully the weather holds off tomorrow and we can have a decent crack tomorrow.
Just in terms of how he was bowling there, and obviously you've seen so much of Jimmy on the opposing side, just how well was he bowling there for you?
Yeah, well, it just shows the class of it. He's, in my opinion, this is no disrespect to the other bowlers that's played in this game. You can just see the class of what Jimmy brings to the table. The extra zip off the wicket, the extra bounce that he's been able to do, and that's not even. And mention his skill set and what he brings and ability to go both ways, and then you throw the wobble seam. So it was pretty cool to be at mid-off and actually have him tell me what he was actually doing, which was pretty cool. So it was good fun out there.
Are you surprised we're not going to see him again for England after this Test match?
Oh yeah, I've said this before. I'm very much so surprised that England's tapped him on the shoulder and said that you've got one more test and that's it. He's class. He's world class. As I said, he's probably the best to ever play the game as a fast bowler, and his skill set, especially in England, it's remarkable. So yeah. I'll leave it at that.
Just to broaden it out a little bit to your spell here with Lancashire, obviously this is your final game. How much have you enjoyed it? How much of a challenge has it been? Certainly, I guess, away from home in particular, but just your overall thoughts.
Mate, I've absolutely loved it. The club has been absolutely fantastic. That's from all the players, all the way through our coaching staff, but then all the staff behind the scenes as well. They've made me and my wife and little one feel very welcome straight away, and I've made some mates for life in here, and I wouldn't hesitate in coming back at all if everything lines up, and with obviously Cricket Australia and all that side, different. That's obviously my priority, but I wouldn't hesitate in coming back. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been challenging with a few different rules in county cricket, bowling at 7:15 at night. That's probably not one of my finest moments in my career, but I've as I said, thoroughly enjoyed it and wouldn't hesitate in coming back.
I spoke to you before the season started and you were saying you were disappointed it wasn't for the full season. Is there part of you feel as though you're kind of leaving the team with business unfinished?
Well, I'd feel much better jumping on a plane knowing that we could wrap this game up here. I feel like we probably haven't played our best cricket at times over the start of the summer, but I feel like over the last couple of games things are starting to click really well, and it's a very talented group in that change room, and hopefully I've been able to pass on a bit of knowledge here and there and help out along the way, but as I said, it's a pleasure to play for Lancs and a special group in there.
And it gets a bit of criticism at times of the county championship and cricket in this domestic cricket in this country, but in terms of the standard of what you've experienced, Nathan, where would you kind of rank it?
Yeah, well, I said before, it's a well-watched domestic competition. Even back home, a lot of guys are tuning in to see what the county scores are, and there's been some, I know, young players. I think I'm nearly double some of their age that I've come up against, which is a bit different, but there's been some class players, that's for sure. So they're all things looking okay for England cricket, I guess.
Cheers, Nathan. Thank you.
Too easy.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion, and I did all right. So it was North v South, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses upstairs, it were for smokers. Now I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like bag. A well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street. And then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment, and I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs, and Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always, the laws of the game, the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you're always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil. And if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenuff and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant, absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer?
No, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. and I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North, and even now I take my boots with me thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director, he said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. Thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on, but we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something
brilliant.
that is synonymous with Accrington.
No, I think that'll struggle really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire. And the late 60s, there was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Eric Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think it started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly he had some good players, or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, and grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, yeah, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually, and he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night, well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I thought I'd go and get to bed, go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I was like, captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only 2 turned up. So we tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pillin and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp. He spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, either me and Edward or me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I've only got 2.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
20, I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace. You didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number 1. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match, and he got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why is it the glamour of a one-day cricket? Do you think?
Partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. The rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford, and that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had 1 year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And, of course, I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. that doesn't half help, get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England, probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. and he said we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34, but there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball, going after it. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing, that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did, whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall.
Yeah.
Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondi and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges, and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist, and you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, you know, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, you know, if I want to pull a player, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. And Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off, and that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30, and Pete Marron and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with three of us round the table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos? He said, he should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he were picking the team. But it was, you know, round the dressing room, I think I hit them hard, the players at that time, because I had all these slogans round the dressing room, all, you know, commitment, character, charisma, all over there. And they're coming in and what that. I said, that's what we are. That's what we are. I had a sign also, "This is Old Trafford."
You were ahead of your time in that, though, really, I think, in terms of coaching. I think you innovated that sort of approach. I remember you playing music to the players as well.
Yeah, little bit.
Stir them up or calm them down, whichever.
Yeah, stir them up. But when you say you play music, there were little clips, like a minute and a half, nothing more than that. And then I got them all to choose their own clip and play that. And so I wanted them to go out. I wanted to run down the steps at Old Trafford and flipping charge onto the field and let everybody know, particularly the Oppo, that we're here for business. That's what we do. And the one thing I said to the lads, I didn't say a lot. I said, we might not be the best batters, we might not be the best bowlers, but we will be the best fielders. We work like stink on fielding and fitness, so that we're just swarming all over them in the field. And that, you know, I always, particularly one-day cricket, I had lads like Gary Yates, Peter Martin, young Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, my lad Graham, Neil Fairbrother, Crawley, Atherton, Gallion, name them all.
Fantastic team, that.
Brilliant team. I said, in one-day game, you switched on. I said, there'll be one moment that we have to win. It's that moment of magic, that when somebody picks the ball up and runs him out. And I'll never forget, played Yorkshire on here, big game. Darren Lehman. He's probably the best
in defence, and there's no run. Seeing that one spin past his off stump will be a bit of a wake up, wouldn't it, post lunch for James?
Yeah, well, you won't have faced Luke Wells very often, certainly not in first class cricket. And Wells has the ability to bowl leg spin and googly. He bowls off breaks as well, so he can spin the ball. And there is a bit of turn. There's a bit of turn. It's slow turn, but there is turn. Field's changed completely now. Got Bohannon's under a lid, but he's going to slip. And Jennings is going to short leg. 2 short legs, Bell and Jennings.
165 for 4. So we're 4 balls into the afternoon session. Wells in. James off the back foot and turns it away into the onside. No run. He's on 8.
Well, Lancashire need to make something happen, don't they?
Yeah.
Whether that's with the old ball and spin, or with the new ball and a bit of seam and pace. Lancashire really need to search for the wickets now.
Wells to James, hammered away through the offside. Bailey's out on the point boundary to field. And James gets through for a single. He moves to 9. He keeps the strike as well. 166 for 4 at the end of the first over of the afternoon session. Trail by 61, Nottinghamshire. Work to do with the ball for Lancashire. Will they take that second new ball straight away? I think.
I think they will.
I think they will, won't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm virtually certain they will. You can tell the difference between the Manchester lads and the lads from Adelaide, can't you? Nathan has just put on a long sleeve jumper on top of his shorts, sleeveless, and Tom Bailey's fielding there in his shirt sleeves. With his hands in his pockets, mind. He's the hand warmer distributor as we move into the afternoon.
Yeah, it's not the picture of summer in truth, but at least we've got some cricket. We've had no interruptions today, which frankly this time yesterday we were looking at a full day of rain, so we were being told. So it's not particularly warm, but we've had an uninterrupted 4th day so far. It's played back down the pitch by James as Green starts his well, it might be a pretty short spell if they take the new ball straight away, but he's starting up after lunch from the Grosvenor Road end with a slip, a silly point, and short leg in place. Balls again, forward goes Lyndon James onto that front foot. He's a big tall man, Lyndon James. It's a good stride in, blocks it back down the pitch and gathered by Green, and there's no run. 166 for 4. In he comes again, Green to James, and that's defended away. And Jennings under the helmet on the offside, close in, goes low down to his left of field.
Another one coming in, Bohannon jogging in from mid-wicket to put a helmet on and field on the leg side. Leg slip seems to need a helmet these days. That's fair enough, I suppose.
Green set off and stops and goes back to his bowling mark. With a little peer over his right shoulder towards Nathan Lyon, who's at mid-on, then balls. That's clipped away through the leg side. That will be forward. A run away from Bailey, who's chasing after it towards a square leg boundary, but times that nicely. Lyndon James moves into double figures, and Nottinghamshire move on to 170 for 4.
Yeah, good shot from James. Just got onto the back foot, whipped that away through square leg. Nobody out on the boundary at all. There's a short square leg and 2 catches and a mid-wicket, and that's it.
Green to James, prods forward off the front foot in defence, and there's no run. So we're looking at a new ball being taken. Let's have a look at our opening bowlers here. What's Jimmy doing? What's Bailey doing? Not a lot at the minute, but Green's in. It's deflected away off the pad down towards Anderson, who picks the ball up. Is he going to come into the attack? And Lancashire going to take a new ball. That's the end of the over. 80 overs gone. The options there for the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, and the fact that everyone appears to be removing pads and getting rid of all their protective gear maybe is a bit of a clue. But yeah, the new ball will be taken, and Jimmy's going to have another go with it. And this might be the game, actually, this potential, this spell here.
Yeah, there's still a fair amount. Given that we don't get any rain, there's still a fair amount of time left.
Yeah.
And Notts are still trailing, obviously. So, but I agree. I mean, this could be the decisive half hour or hour, maybe. Depends how long Jimmy can bowl and how well he's supported. We've got 2 fresh seamers that haven't bowled this morning, in Williams and Balderson. Bailey bowled a good spell, but it by no means a tiring spell. Even though Lancashire are now well into their second day in the field, it's not been anything like too hot. Conditions are conducive to staying out there and bowling a few overs. So we'll see how Jimmy gets on. Just the steward, he's got to move now. The man who's looking after the sight screen and stopping people from walking behind the bowler's arm has been made to move.
Well, he's got himself into a better position. That's not going to distract Joe Clark, as Anderson is in and bowling. That's left, and through it goes to Hurst.
Didn't scurry through that, did it? It was taken or half taken by Hurst round by his ankles, but will allow Jimmy Anderson a fair few balls to get himself loose and into top form.
Yeah, he's bowled 26 overs in the match, Anderson. And he comes and bowls to Clark, and squeezed away down towards backward square leg for a single. Score moves on to 171 for 4. It's amazing. Unbelievable fitness, isn't it, from Anderson, to have not bowled since March, and to have done what he did yesterday, and to rock up today after a night's kip and still look as fresh as a daisy.
Well, yeah, thinking back to when, years ago when I was playing and get into the mid-30s, and it used to take you 2 days to loosen up after a 20-over day. Jimmy looks like an 18-year-old, sprightly, trim.
Yep.
I wasn't quite as sprightly or trim, but there we go. Bowling to a very attacking field, 4 slips, a short leg.
On the attack, Lancashire on the prowl for wickets. Anderson in, left alone by James, through to Hurst, and there's no run. Got this short leg in place, which they put into position early on yesterday for Anderson, which is Bohannon under the helmet at a short square leg, and that seemed to instantly play in the batsman's mind. There's one kind of fended off to Bohannon, there's one that came back and came off a leading edge to Gully.
Yeah.
Anderson balls again. Big appeal for LBW. Anderson joining in with his teammates, and then it just ebbed away at the last moment, the appeal.
Close. Don't know whether there may have been a little bit of bat involved. It wasn't high, that is for sure. Anyway.
Decent shout.
Good shout. Martin Sager's not interested, fair enough.
Anderson bowls and James defends. The ball played towards mid-off and there's no run.
Your point about the short leg is a relevant and good one, in that you might not get a wicket caught short leg, but it makes the batsman think about committing himself onto the front foot. And consequently, if you're not getting as far forward as you think you should do, then you bring the slips and the keeper into play.
Anderson bowls. It's run away off an edge of the bat by James as he plays forward. Just squirts away down to backward point where Lavelle fields. End of the over. Just a single coming off at 171 for 4.
Who's George on for then? Or is he playing?
No, he's not playing.
I didn't think he was playing. I don't know. Lions?
No. Yeah, one of the spinners, I reckon. Chris Green. Can't see Chris Green.
Here he is. He's coming back. had lunch with his partner, didn't he, down on in front of us. He had a T-shirt, pair of shorts, no shoes on. He must have been perished.
I quite like that, though. I was lovely to see that.
Good.
He came and sat in one of the seats in and amongst us spectators.
She's got one of the bigger books that she's ploughing through. It's got about 1,050 pages. And she's wrapped up in one of the big Lancashire winter coats.
Yeah, I suspect this feels chill. This doesn't feel much like summer, does it? If you're
no.
If you're from Australia.
It's not this cold in winter in Perth.
No, actually, Ned Lyon said that last night. Yeah, he did. 171 for 4. So it will be Bailey with the new ball from the Grosvenor Road end. Play back along the ground, and good work by Anderson, skirring away to his right-hand side, his left-hand side rather, mid-on. And there's no run.
I mean, that's a really good piece of fielding from Jimmy, isn't it? Hey, the lad's, he's 42 this month. Bowled 27 overs in a day and a bit, and he's sprawling away, diving to his left, saving runs at mid-on. Fantastic.
Bailey. Balls again left by Clark. Through it goes to Hurst.
I think Clark's the key wicket for Lancashire as well. He's been very resilient, left the ball well, refused to play anything wide of off stump, waited for the bad ball, anything slightly short or leg side, he's tucked away nicely.
Yeah, he's shown great discipline, hasn't he? Great patience, Clark. Bailey to him. Just turned him around a little bit. Ball deflects out towards the point boundary where Luke Wells fields, and there's no run. Squared him up a fraction. Gets a single, moves to 57, 172 for 4.
Well, Lancashire will obviously be hoping for a breakthrough with this new ball from either Anderson or Bailey, but as I said, they've got two other seamers lined up who haven't had a go yet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So they can have a good hour and a half, even a couple of hours of seam bowling by fresh bowlers.
Bailey to James, defends from the crease, just nudging the ball away to square leg, where Chris Green fields. No run. Nottinghamshire, both batters having to restart after lunch, but both are in. They both face a lot of deliveries. We mentioned Clark, but James have faced 56 balls or so, 50 odd balls before the lunch break. So both batters having to go again after lunch, but having seen plenty of action in the morning session. Potentially the key partnership this, as James lets this one go through by Bailey, taken by Hurst, and there's no run. Liam Patterson, White, Calvin Harrison, Stone, Pennington and Patterson are the batsmen to follow.
All rounders. Got plenty of all rounders.
Final ball for Bailey. And he comes past the umpire. James waits. Again, happy to allow it to travel safely past the off stump and through to Hurst. And again, just a single off the oval. 172 for 4. Clark on 57. James on 13. The deficit 55. We're into the penultimate session of the game, live on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. This final game of this two little mini series of Championship cricket, having been at Canterbury last week and Notts were at home to Somerset, and now this fixture at Southport, and then we break again for the return of the T20 Blast on Friday evening at Northamptonshire for Lancashire, and then into the One-Day Cup through July and August, and back with Championship cricket at the end of August and into September. Anderson balls at Clark, defending up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 172 for 4. Nottinghamshire last week drawing against Somerset at Trent Bridge, a bit of a high-scoring draw and plenty of runs there for both sides, and Lancashire going to Canterbury and performing probably as well as they have done all season across the 4 days, with their most kind of complete performance in that victory by an innings and 83 runs at Canterbury. Second win of the season for Lancashire is Anderson to Clark. Pushed away to the offside, and there's no run.
A bit full of that from Jimmy Anderson, looking to see if he can extract any swing at all with this new ball. There's not much there. It's chilly and breezy. Hands in pockets from players. It's got that sort of coastal chill to it, the air.
Push Chris Green back, who's at backward point down towards the boundary. Clark on 57, Anderson to Clark. Watchful and getting right in behind it and defending with a full face of the bat. Shown to the bowler. The ball deflects up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Just a hint of a tendency for Clark to play slightly across the line, look to work the ball onto the onside. Anderson will have spotted that. He's bowling straight at him. Just a hint of movement away from the right-hander, and he might have him snapped up.
Lets that one go through, Clark. Taken by Hurst. That's a good carry through to the keeper. Yes, Clark defended that previous delivery. In the end, just
slightly skew width,
yeah,
wasn't
it was, wasn't it? Yeah, in the end, it just kind of bounced up towards mid-on when he's trying to flat back it to the bowler. A couple of slips are in place in the gully for anything that might just balloon off the edge of the bat.
Green's come up again now. They're all coming up, saving one. They want James on strike. So deep square leg comes up into the circle, saving one. So too does Green at square cover.
Anderson to Clark. It's defended. Comes off the inner half of the bat. Deflects away to the leg side. No run. Probing away, Jimmy Anderson. Trying to find a chink in the armour of Clark. New ball taken by Lancashire. New challenge for both batters. And one of the best in the business. He's got 8 wickets in the match so far. Anderson to Clark. Let's run away down through gully. Tumbling Williams can't cut it off, and Green with those long legs will come stomping after it and catch the ball. And by the time he's done that, they'll run back for 2. That's the end of Anderson's over. Clark's on 59 with that. And Nottinghamshire 174 for 4. Deficit of 53 runs. With 59 overs left today, so bags of cricket should we get them in, weather permitting.
Yeah, plenty of cricket left. Not much joy for Bailey and Anderson in the first 3 overs of the new ball, though. No swing, not much seam, movement, and they'd be praying for just a little bit, a hint.
One of the things about Jimmy's spell yesterday, actually, the first 3 overs were relatively uneventful.
But then he clicked.
Yeah, then he quickly worked out where he needs to bowl. Bailey's in, that's turned out towards the leg side by Lyndon James, and there's no run. And then just constantly found that beautiful kind of length and that little extra bounce and lift off the surface.
Yeah, well, he's still able to get that. That little, he's always kissed the surface as Jimmy. He's not one that really hammers the ball into the turf. He gets it to kiss off the top.
Here comes Bailey, balls again, left by James, no run. On 74 for 4.
Just like Tom Bailey to tighten that line up, get it a little bit closer to off stump. It's a bit too easy to leave, and you don't want to be bowling with a new ball and allowing the batsman easy leaves. Got to make them play, or at least think about playing, worry them around off stump.
Bailey to James, has to play this one, defends it. Drops it out into the offside, there's no run. Remains on 13.
and also don't allow the batter the ease of a back foot defensive. Slow pitch this, really. Got a little bit of bounce in it, but it's a slow pitch. So you, as usual in first class cricket, first class sport, your margin for error is minimal. But Bailey just needs to pitch it up another foot, I think.
Into James, just hops back and defends.
Easy though, wasn't it? Had time to get onto the back foot, stay over the ball and just push it down into the offside.
Scooped up by Wells, who's at backward point. No addition to the score.
No sedate progress, but you don't blame Nottinghamshire for that at all.
Yeah, 174 for 4.
Bailey in again. This is just defended by James, pushed into the offside, allowing Lancashire to attack still with those 3 slips. 174 for 4, trailing by 53. But plenty of overs left, 58 and a bit remaining.
There's Bailey back into James. Again, he can leave that one. Through it goes to Hurst. It's a maiden over from Tom Bailey. Shape away as James left it. Hurst takes it. It's leaning across first slip. 174 for 4.
There was just a hint of movement away to the offside. All the more reason why Bailey should tighten up that line a fraction, keep the ball full. Just a fraction too wide in the first couple of overs after lunch. Got to basically maximise the number of times and balls that the batter has to play at. Jimmy Anderson then beginning his 3rd over after the break. Joe Clark on strike. Anderson in, gliding in. Steered away by Clark down through the gully for a single. Greenfield scampering in from square point. So Clark goes on to 60. It's 175 for 4 now. Means that Lancashire can attack. They fancy attacking Lyndon James a little bit more than they do Joe Clark. 4 slips waiting. Josh Bohannon at short leg. Anderson accelerating, gliding, delivering. Short ball pulled out of by Lyndon James. Thought about pulling it, then dropped his hands and the bat underneath it. Dave's here now.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I've had a couple of bits of correspondence. Mike Fitzgerald's been in touch. Dave, just want to thank you and all your colleagues for a wonderful commentary yesterday during the Jimmy Anderson masterclass. More in a second as Anderson bowls now and might have been beaten there, Lyndon James. Need to see that again on the replay, just see if he had a little flinch at that one. Anderson bowling, no, I think he's made sure he's covering everything up. But the temptation there, Paul, is just a flinch at it.
Well, it bounced. The bounce did him more than anything else. He did play at it. Tried desperately to get the bat out of the way.
There's Anderson in again, and he has nicked this one, and it's along the ground between 3rd and 4th slip, and he's got himself a boundary, rather fortuitously, but again, it's 4 precious runs to Nottinghamshire. And in terms of pushing at the ball, it didn't do an awful lot different from the ball before, but did make contact this time, and it ran along the ground.
There was 4 slips covering an awful lot of ground. There's big gaps between them.
Yes, just managed to bisect them. And we'll come back to Mike in a second. I'm also keeping half an eye on the ground staff who are Just getting themselves into a position. This is dropped on the leg side. They keep looking skywards. So Mike enjoyed the commentary yesterday, the Jimmy Anderson masterclass. Watched it. Truly magnificent session of cricket that was. Whoever you support, a real privilege to see the greatest of players at their best. And then Mike's gone on. I'll reply to you, Mike. Thanks everybody for your commentary this week. As the next ball through to Matty Hurst, and that's the end of the over. 179 for 4. And the other bit of correspondence I got, I know he didn't play for Lancashire, Paul, but he played a lot in the Lancashire League, so well known in this part of the world. Franklin Stevenson sent me a message during lunch, and again, I'm not going to read it all out. Somebody sent him a 15-verse poem about how good a player he was. Of course, he played for Haslingden and Todmorden and Fleetwood and all different sides. He had a little stint with Gloucestershire before going to Trent Bridge, where he did the double in 1988 and bowed out of county championship cricket with Sussex. But Frankie's been in touch. Here's Tom Bailey, and just to give you a flavour of what this is about, I'll read the first one down the leg side. So he sent, somebody sent him this, and I don't know who. 15 verses on Franklin Stevenson, whose nickname was Cookie, the Cookie Monster. Cookie was a monster, a beast in human form. Cookie was a Gloucester whose bowling caused a storm, a kind of rangy beanpole on the faster side of quick. He broke the paceman's code with a lethal party trick, and then it goes on about his slower ball and all the rest of it. There's 15 verses of that, but lovely to hear from Franklin Stevenson, who sends his best to all his friends in this part of the world. Next delivery is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. He was sort of the first, wasn't he, with that slower ball?
It was a lethal slower ball as well. In the I found it virtually impossible to pick, which is no great testimony, but I faced 3 balls in a Sunday League game last over and missed them all, then got out. Jack Simmons scrambled a single off the next ball, and Neil Fairbrother hit the boundary to win the match off the last ball of the game.
Tom Bailey in and pushed into the offside. There's no run. Another correspondent that listeners might have heard of, also with many friends in this part of the world, Stephen Mullaney. I think he wants Scott back on. He was very much enjoying listening to Scott and his dulcet tones. Malls says he's on his way to Leeds. I presume that's with Notts seconds. He's sort of coaching, and the old-fashioned. I think you talked about it, didn't you? The old-fashioned coach and captain role. Said he hadn't got his bat out of his kit bag since last September. Last time I spoke to him.
Stand at slip, bat number 11, and don't bowl. That's it. Had a few of those at the Lancashire second team. Yeah.
There's Bailey bowls, and this is pushed into the offside by Clark. Gets a single, moves to 61, and the score is in the best darting tradition, 180 for 4.
Yeah, Harry Pilling fulfilled that role. Jack Bond before him,
who finished his career at Trent Bridge, of course. Jack Bond.
Yeah, as cricket manager. Yeah.
Stephen Mullaney's testimonial at Trent Bridge this season, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't plug a day that he's having at Thrumpton Cricket Club on the 3rd of August, when I'll have the microphone. This has hit him on the back pad here, Lyndon James. He lunged forward with sideways on and didn't elicit much of an appeal, but he seemed to play round the ball initially, but then had protection with his back pad to keep it away from hitting his stumps, but not out. 180 for 4.
No, a strangle shout from those behind and in front of the wicket. I don't know, there was some bat involved in that.
He's been a great servant for Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, Stephen Mullaney, over the years. As this goes through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over, 180 for 4. Where's those ground staff boys gone? Are they back inside having a brew? I think many of them are, actually. They were seemingly on red alert a few moments ago. They've sort of had 2:15 penciled in all day as the next time that we have to be wary.
Well, Dave Short, who's the assistant head groundsman at Lancashire, is sitting on the chair in front of us. He's in readiness, but you wouldn't say he was primed to go. One or two of the others just sitting on the benches alongside us with their gloves. They're looking Well, I've just heard one of them say we're ready for action, but let's hope they're not.
Sharp as a
well, let's hope they are ready,
yeah.
But they don't need to spring into action.
Sharp as a tack, Stephen Mullane. I've got the date wrong. It's Friday the 2nd of August, not the 3rd. Thrumpton Cricket Club in Nottinghamshire. Anderson bowls. Next run comes the way of Joe Clark by a cut out into the offside. A gentle push, really more than a cut out as far as Chris Green. 181 for 4. Nottinghamshire get to 227, and then Lancashire would have to bat again, and Notts wouldn't mind that because they're -1 on the over rate, but of course they'll want to be so far clear of danger before they start thinking about having a bowl and wiping away that -1. They only got 3 bowling points, no batting points from this game. Notts. Next ball has again gone past the outside edge of Lyndon James, batting through to the keeper. James 17, Clark 62. We've got, in theory, 55 overs remaining after this one, so that's a huge chunk of cricket. A lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, Clark looking much more assured against the new ball than Lyndon James. He's been beaten outside the off stump 3 times now by Jimmy Anderson. No great worry about that. You're going to get beaten outside the off stump by Jimmy a few times, but just needs to stay calm.
There's Anderson again in his 14th over. Lyndon James turns this to mid-wicket, no run. Figures of 1 for 22. Got rid of Will Young this morning for the 2nd time in the game. Young out caught behind for 17, and the other wicket to go in the morning session. That of Jack Haynes made 21 and then was caught behind by wicket-keeper Hurst from the bowling of Chris Green. His maiden championship wicket, his maiden red ball wicket for Lancashire, the Australian. Anderson in again bowls. This is cut to backward point, fielded by Green. 181 for 4. In terms of overhead conditions, nothing really seems to be happening, and that will suit Lancashire in the sense that there's no threatening clouds right over the ground at the moment, and there doesn't seem to be any breeze at all, does there?
Well, yeah, no, I think there is actually. There's a breeze, and it's a chilly breeze as well. Those trees at the far side are just rustling enough, but it's not humid, it's not conducive to swing.
181 for 4. So this is pushed into the offside. Now, compared to yesterday and the day before, certainly there's no movement at all in the trees in comparison. They really were doing a merry old dance. But if there is anything, it's just a breath. We can't see any flags from here, can we? It's a ground that's got lots and lots of wonderful features, lots of attractions, but none of them are flags, or none that we can see.
Well, there'll be some on the pavilion, but we can't see that.
Yeah, we've got a giant marquee to our right obscuring our view. Turned away to leg by Lyndon James. Gets a single. It was quite a frenetic start to Lyndon James' innings. I think he was staggered when you came on commentary after he'd
scored,
faced 20 balls. He was still not out, and he'd advanced towards the bowlers every delivery.
Well, he's played positively, which is good. He's been in there a long time now, 78 balls for his 18, but going okay. Oh, there's the flag that's not fluttering.
Just a ripple. That's the local club, the host club, isn't it? Southport and Birkdale,
yep.
I would guess. It's their colours. Did you play here, Paul? Then?
Yeah, I played. What did I play here for Lancashire?
Yeah,
a few times. Yeah, quite a few times. It was always a regular on the outground circuit, and always a good place to come and play. Enjoyed the facilities here and the crowd, the intimacy of it really, because you get 1,000, 1,500 supporters in, and they're close to the action, which is good. Change of bowling. Balderson's on.
First time today, George Balderson bowls to James, pushes it back to the bowler. There's another of those 4 carriage trains heading towards us. Let's get it right. That's Liverpool. Oh, well, can't go wrong because there's one coming in the other direction now.
Well, they can't both be going to Liverpool.
No, Liverpool
that is for sure.
It's Liverpool right and Southport left.
That's it. Yeah.
It's only taken 4 days, or the best part of 4 days. Nice crossover point. been 1 or 2 balls deposited on that rail line this week. As James eases this into the offside, and there's no run. So today, the start of the West Indies tour of the UK. They're playing a match which I say is a first-class friendly, but it can't be because it's the 13 of the first-class counties select 11 against the 14 of the West Indies. So the tourists are batting. That's down at Beckenham. They're 156 for 4. Gentleman I'm not too familiar with, Mr. Mackenzie, is making the most of the conditions as this one's pushed back to the bowler. Kirk Mackenzie must be well, he's certainly a first-time tourist of the UK. He's made 73 in that score of 156 for 4. Ferran Ahmed of Notts is in the first-class counties select 11/13. Hasn't had a bowl as yet if he is on the field at the moment. But the West Indies tour up and running ahead of the first test at Lords. The Anderson farewell, and who knows, maybe even the Pennington debut. 3 dots in this over, which is taking a while to get through, and there was a spot or 2 of rain as this one beats James. Goes through to the keeper. Looking round the ground for any brollies, but certainly I felt a spot or 2 of rain there. We're outside, we're on the patio in front of the tennis pavilion. It's quite apt, I guess, in Wimbledon week, or the week Wimbledon started, to be outside in the rain outside a tennis pavilion. 184 for 4. Here come the boys, just getting ready. Nice push into the gap by James, and Jimmy Anderson does the fielding. We're used to seeing players with coloured soles, but I don't think I've seen any as bright red or flame orange on the sole as Jimmy Anderson's wearing today. You can see those from the moon. Crikey, they're bright, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he's always favoured orange flashes on his boots, like he had red flashes in his hair a while ago.
Yeah. This is Joe Clark pushing it to the stylish Mr. Anderson. 185 for 4. False alarm for the ground staff. They went and they've come back again.
Just a flurry of drizzle, wasn't it? Just looking at George Balderson's wickets this year, he took 4 against Notts, 5 against Durham, 4 in the last game against Kent. So very useful first, second change seamer.
He's in again, and there's an LBW shout here. That must have brushed a pad, I think, of Joe Clark, because he certainly wasn't playing a shot. And well, it was well outside the line anyway. I don't think it was going to hit the stumps.
Not nipping back far enough, was it? No. But
I know he wasn't playing a shot, but it certainly had too much to do to clip off a bail. 185 for 4.
It's not the only criteria you've got to consider when it's LBW, whether he's playing a shot. The ball's got to be still hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
And that was wide off stump. Good shout though. Good enthusiastic appeal from Balderson.
I think they lost all of the morning session at the Oval, but they are playing where Essex are 100 for 4 against Surrey in that battle in Division 1 between first and second. Essex require 261 more. That looks a tall order against a strong Surrey attack with only one full session and 3/4 of this one. Somerset at Taunton 144 for 3. Potentially need to bat through the day for a draw there against Warwickshire as James elegantly strokes this through the covers for 4. That's nice, made a good connection and eased Anderson through the offside. You don't get too many pitched up like that from Anderson, and straight away the bowler in frustration. Did you see how he yanked his head round and started stomping back to his mark? He knew he'd just slightly overpitched that one, Anderson.
Well, he doesn't bowl too many half volleys, Jimmy Anderson. That's nicely played by Lyndon James. He's threatened to hit through the covers quite a few times, and seized on that overpitched ball from Jimmy Anderson. The first one we've seen today, really, that's been anything like drivable.
189 for 4. Next one is just slightly short of a length, but again he can push it in the same direction, Greenwell Field, but he'll get a single. 190 for 4. 1 or 2 top coats just starting
it's drizzling
to go on. Yeah, Hood's being pulled up, at Taunton, Somerset 145 for 3 then against Warwickshire, requiring 265 more. At the Utilita Bowl, as it's called these days, Kent in their second innings following on 260 for 6. They lead Hampshire by 98. So continue that progress. They might get a draw out of that one yet after Hampshire made 500. This one pushed up to Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run. And only one game in Division 2 where Glamorgan are 373 for 5. They still require an unlikely 220 to win there. This morning, Marnus Labuschagne out for 119. Sam North East, who had a very, very brief stint with Notts, is 104 not out. Next ball played out onto the offside, fielded by Chris Green. 191 for 4. Takes Joe Clark up to 63. Rain's just getting just a little bit heavier. Still can't see a brolly anywhere.
It's sort of swirling drizzle, isn't it? It's coming into our unprotected veranda, evading the sunshades that we've got up in expectation. Well, hope more than expectation, really.
Yes, you can see it now blowing across the ground as Lyndon James tries to clip this one away. It was a ball down the leg side again, unusual for Jimmy Anderson, who's looking inquisitively at the popping crease as if there was something there that was to blame for him losing his direction.
Well, all bowlers do that, don't they? Yeah. When they bowl a leg side delivery, it's never their fault. The footholes are to blame, which is fair enough.
Might have missed out a little bit there.
Don't want Jimmy slipping, do we?
No.
You can see the sort of mistiness to the atmosphere now. There's a bit of drizzle in the air.
Anderson bowls again, and again down the leg side, and Slips might have heard something. Certainly didn't see anything. Neither Anderson nor Hurst nor the umpire were interested. 191 for 4. Lancashire rushing round. They know that time isn't necessarily on their side. There's still a lot of overs to go, 53, but the chance of getting all 53 in, I suspect, a little remote. The two umpires are getting together looking skywards. Lancashire want to play, and it seems like we are going to go on for a while.
Go off, you mean?
No. Quick change of mind there. It obviously got just a little heavier, so there is a break in play at 191 for 4, with Joe Clark having battled through the day so far on 63 not out. Lyndon James has played nicely with him on 24. 53 overs remain when they go off, and of course on the last day you start losing overs. Notts still 36 away from making Lancashire bat again. The prospects of Notts getting at least some draw points out of this one are increased with the rain's arrival, but Lancashire know that if we can still get an hour or two's cricket, it might not even need that long. They've still got a good chance of winning this.
Yeah, frustration for Lancashire then, both with the weather and the fact that having taken the second new ball, they've not managed to get a breakthrough this afternoon. Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey and George Balderson trying their utmost to break this partnership between Clark and James, but unsuccessfully so far. So rain stopped play, 191 for 4. We'll be back when there's some more play.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie,
Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose Together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose Together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose Together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose Together.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it?
No.
No.
I can't stop smiling. I'm just trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action. All the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That ball.
Catch. Throw. Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. It's very good. What a moment. He don't play.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former Director of Cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories, of working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players. And it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history. And I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire. Yeah, I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach. And I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true? Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom. I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching, so there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think you'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now. Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary. It is. Great credit to him and playing as well as ever this summer. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. And actually, when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here. And in many ways, they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world, with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role. And when you were in that role, and at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up? Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. And I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to. I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind, even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows, and you know, hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope, and I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then, you know, now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent, and that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and in a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. Yeah. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
A huge area.
The whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your 1 or 2 highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. The amount of cricket they've played. And my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. But you can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
Absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters, and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Saqib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. It might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently? And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So,
and is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as 2-pronged. You absolutely have responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have a responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these 2 things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong. We're not going to get into that debate, I don't think. But it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, yeah, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to, I mean, ultimately for Championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. You know, it's really, really going to be, it's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more Championship cricket spread through the summer. You know, we, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April. And the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match. So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer. I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad. Better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, And, you know, there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket. And you know, I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, you know, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But I would, you know, and this is me talking, I would think about, you know, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, you know, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50-over that reinvigorated the game, which was great.
Yeah.
And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it's time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job
always
is to
appeared very
support that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy, and it, you know, but whatever. I guess I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible, because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, you know, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, you know, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, you know, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise, the way we took this uptick. but our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time, and you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, has always been one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice with 2 T20 World Cups coming up to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup or a World Cup. We knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to number 1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years, focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And, barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
it has.
I played in 81.
Yeah.
So, both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And huge historical importance. But because of that, they almost become watershed moments. The fallout from the last series, again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult. I think in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year.
Instant success.
Yeah. And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
That's an interesting point. I mean, the public demands success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? They don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, and again, you look at where you come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. you know, I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still. But it's I love cricket. It's, you know, it's an amazing environment to work in. But you know, we'll see what the future has in store.
So, having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching director of cricket work,
yeah,
what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport, or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now, I'd like to have another go at coaching?
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, I've got some time to do that thinking, but you know, when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, well, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. You know, it's a sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lord's for the Test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, you know, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but you know, I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are, you know, the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy. But I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed. And who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Kannada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Resolute would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was done over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
all the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all out action, all the time. All well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
friendships, smiles, dreams.
It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, ball,
catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's what a moment. He don't play. Well, the real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Stay them, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes,
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours will be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Resolute would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was done over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi, Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. Trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games,
they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
all over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's ball.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face is what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into... Well, welcome back to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, where we've been sheltering from the rain, which is a sensible thing to do when it's raining. However, it has, I think, stopped, but there's a little bit of light drizzle around. And we were due to start at 3:45, but I think that's been pushed back. The umpires were thinking about a 3:45 restart. I can't see what's going on. Let's move this out of the way. There we go. But I think that's been pushed back a little bit. So unfortunately, no imminent sign of any play. What's the score? 191 for 4. It's a trail by 36, with Joe Clark on 63 and Lyndon James on 24. So they've done really well to get Nottinghamshire into a position where there's the prospect of a Lancashire win is disappearing really minute by minute, because we're on this final day. You can't add any overs onto it. You kind of losing overs straight away. So already we were down to the final 53, but since we've not been playing for an hour or so, we'll lose quite a sizable chunk of that as well. So the longer we don't play, the overs we lose and the less time left in the match. And Lancashire still have to take 6 wickets. They've had 9 overs with that second new ball, but that's not brought any success so far for Lancashire. Just the 2 wickets to fall so far today, and it looks like the longer we wait for the potential restart, that this game is heading towards a draw. As I say, there was a suggestion of maybe a 3:45 start, subject to no further rain falling, but that was, I said, that's been pushed back, as you can see. The covers are on. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Here we go. What have we seen so far? Anderson, 15 overs, 4 maiden, 1 for 29. A couple for Nathan Lyon. They came last night. The 2 wickets to fall today, Anderson and Green. But that partnership there between Clark and James, 57 runs they've added between them. And Clark and Haynes last night as well, and first thing this morning, has been the real factor behind that kind of Nottinghamshire second innings stubborn resistance. So it is a rather bleak-looking scene there. The main cover on, and the sheets protecting the bowlers' run-ups also on as well. We've had tea, and so that's kind of happened already. So we've had the tea break, so that's out the way. So if there is any clearance in the rain, we'll just have kind of one final session of this match. But as I say, nothing imminent, as you can see from the live pictures. Don't forget that chance to win the shirt. There it is. QR code on the screen. Your chance to win a signed James Anderson shirt. Get yourself involved in that if you can. Of course, this could be his final game for Lancashire. What an absolutely memorable day it was yesterday, with that just magical spell of 10 overs, 6 for 19. And he's picked up a wicket today as well. So 8 wickets in the match for Anderson, as he gears up for his big farewell at Lord's a week tomorrow. So a signed Jimmy Anderson shirt for viewers on Lancs TV. Just follow the QR code on the screen with a chance to try and win that. Elsewhere today in the county championship, so games are all edging towards a kind of conclusion. They're at tea between Surrey and Essex, with Essex 180 runs away from victory, and Surrey need 5 wickets, so a good finishing prospect there. Essex 181 for 5, require 180 runs to win, and 5 wickets remaining. Somerset need 193 more runs to beat Warwickshire, with 7 wickets left in their second innings. So 217 for 3, Somerset looking for 190 more runs to win. They're presumably into the back end of the afternoon session there at Taunton. Hampshire lead Kent by 148 runs. Sorry, Kent lead Hampshire by 148 runs with 2 wickets remaining. Kent are 310 for 8 in their second innings, so lead Hampshire by 148 runs with 2 wickets left at the Utilita Bowl. They're the Division 1 scores as it stands. And in Division 2, Glamorgan 444 for 5, require a further 149 runs to win with 5 wickets remaining. Is how it's all shaping up around the county championship. And there's a one-day international taking place, England against New Zealand, this match. I think it's in Bristol. I think I've seen some pictures from Bristol. Yeah, it's in Bristol. So this game was affected by the weather. So whether they've got a full game and a reduced game, I'm not so sure. I think it might actually be a reduced overs match, that. But New Zealand are batting first, 58 for 2. And there's some Lancashire interest in that because the fabulous Kate Cross is playing for England in that game. Has Kate got any wickets? Yeah, she's got one. She's picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall. So 58 for 2. New Zealand batting first against England. So you're kind of up to date with what's happening elsewhere in the county championship. Kind of a bit of an update here from Southport and Birkdale. I'm afraid the rain still falling. Don't forget that chance to win that signed Jimmy Anderson shirt as well. And if we have any further news, any more updates, then I'll re-emerge from underneath the protective sheets here in the commentary tent, and I'll bring it to you. 191 for 4, with rain falling in Southport. Fingers crossed for some dry weather soon. We'll bring you more details just as soon as we've got it.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint chocolate chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy.
That's
Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and I was like, this cannot carry on. I
No,
can't
that
be
should be your
known.
thing.
I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice creams now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day, but if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know,
Yeah.
what's the strawberry chocolate vanilla? That one, where you can
Done.
get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was
Okay.
probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. I was like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're going
That
up.
was it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier. Definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school when all the girls in PE went to do netball. I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were
my
playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
like quick.
yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well. So
always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about, and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her...
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I think so." She's like, "You're going to do great." But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14, and then obviously you're playing and improving, and then you make the decision when you were, what, 19, 20, to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah, I was like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England, because
Really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends,
Yeah.
which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so, and your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh, and you kind of say what you think, and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that, or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England. Mm-hmm. And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon and was like, "I'll see you on Monday." I was like, "All right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler." And he was like, "No, you're in the squad." I was like, "Pardon?"
Wow. How old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Like I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so like oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50, 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150. And I,
Right, you shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah. And the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did
So
you?
it just couldn't have gone any worse. Like
Okay.
it was just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone, focus?
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was like...
Did anyone like put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. They're all your teammates. They want
Yeah.
you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah, like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah, and then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Like, in Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, we'll get on with it then. He's like, you play in the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's wrong with
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I get so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift, and it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now, get in the moment, you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know,
That was a good
literally,
one,
because
yeah.
I'm like, what's
'Cause I'm
going
so
on now? I'm
confident,
half
yeah.
the team now. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
this is amazing. How was that me?
Yeah.
So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on and she hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, but it's still
Who
the
cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or do we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap of
you?
honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. It's my biggest regret.
What, because you can't remember?
We
After?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, eat that, you'll regret it, and I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, shut up. 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though, so I was
Did
like,
you?
yeah,
Yeah.
baby, I still got my medal.
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket, or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This was the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, like throwing balls. We were on holiday, but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, you could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd just
holiday.
been drinking magnums of champagne, yes.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, I've lost my contract, rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner. So actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? trash heap.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there was one Friday, I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to... But that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You're not?
No, I didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where were you? Were you with your parents or
No,
were
I
you
was
by yourself?
by myself in the
Were you?
flat. So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day, and I'd be like, "Go away, I'm fine."
Yeah,
But she obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm fine. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything." So yeah, I had September, October, November, December, basically doing absolutely nothing, crying every day. Didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, "You need to start getting out. You need to start doing things." So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed. It just...
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just
Yeah.
relax?
Well, I don't like... So I missed a bit of the story out, sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really
Okay.
random.
Right.
He was like, "I need to try and get her out of the house." So I said, "I've got to get to see Conor Maynard." And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum. Ripping my hair out, eyelashes out, just like
Seriously?
so stressed. Yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, "You can't treat people like this," because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, "Right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later."
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling, and I just thought, well, I can live my life now, because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. You know, I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. You know, I missed my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's quite freeing in a way.
it was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. You know, I missed out on so much, so I just went
And had a
did
good
that.
time.
I went and had a brilliant time, yeah. And then from LA, I flew straight to Australia to commentate for the T20 World Cup before COVID.
Did you?
Yeah.
So had you had that lined up before you went to America?
No, so I got a conversation when I was there being like, "Do you fancy coming over?" And I was like, "Yeah, but you're going to have to fly me from LA. I'm in the States."
Okay.
And they're like, "Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll
And
fly
was that
you."
your first kind of punditry, commentary gig?
Proper gig, yeah.
Was it?
So I'd done bits and bobs. So I'd done a few days here and there. My first ever day as a radio commentator, Lancs were playing Worcester, I think.
Okay.
And I was commentating with Henry Moran. He's like, "That was a good shot, Alex, wasn't it?" And I just went, and he's like, "You're on the radio, you have to speak."
talk, yeah.
So yeah, Ebony Rainford Brent couldn't do Australia, so I
Yeah.
got the call and went over.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's when COVID hit, and you know, I did the World Cup final in 2020.
Yeah.
Flew home a few days later because of COVID,
Yeah.
and then my life changed forever after that. Losing my England contract was the best thing that ever happened to me.
And then it's gone from strength to strength in terms of your media stuff. Obviously, you got the podcast.
Yeah.
2 awards. Was that
Yeah,
last week?
Yeah, award-winning podcast now.
Nice.
Yeah, you can ask me what the awards were. We got best cricket podcast.
Okay.
And
So you beat Greg James and Jimmy. Have you
Yeah.
told Jimmy yet? Have you been like...
No, I've not. But we are the best podcast, you know, it's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
And something about, this is really bad, but the best inclusion and diversity podcast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which actually for me means the most, because we do try and be diverse and get every and anyone on.
Yeah.
And we talk about really tough topics. So yeah, it's amazing to be the best cricket podcast, but that one like means a little bit more to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's been the best guest?
We had Danae van Niekerk just
Yeah,
on, and
yeah.
she talked everything
Yeah,
about
I
losing
saw
a
that.
contract.
I saw the, which sounds weird to say I saw it rather than heard it, but I think there was a video clip or something.
Yeah.
And it was pretty powerful.
Yeah, it was really powerful. She was brilliant.
Yeah.
She just spoke openly and honestly about the fact she's now retired from international cricket because she was too unfit, basically. They said, "You're not going to get picked." And she was like, "Right, well, I'll go and play cricket around the world."
Yeah.
And women's cricket's at a really funny place now where international cricketers are retiring to go and play franchise cricket. So, yeah, they're a bit of a lockerhead, really, with women's cricket at the minute.
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk to you about that because obviously the growth is huge. You played in Australia,
Mm.
you've obviously played in the 100, we've got the WPL now. I don't want to use a massive cliche in terms of saying the sky's the limit, but it feels like the growth in the women's game is colossal.
Yeah, it is. It's been huge. I honestly wish I was 5 years younger.
Really?
Because...
How old are you now? 29?
9 or 30 this year.
You've got ages. You've got ages.
All the girls at Lancs are now professional cricketers. Not
Yeah.
all of them, but most of them. And it's just credit to, you know, the women's game. You know, it's growing and growing. They've gone from
but without being massively, I can't think what the right word is. Like you and like the people who've come before have helped kind of set that up.
Of course. But I've done the hard yards of not being paid to play cricket.
Paid to commentate, it's fine.
Yeah, no, but it's it's amazing. You see the younger girls coming through at Lancs now, and they're so athletic because they've been going to the gym since they were young. I've still got the athleticism of probably a 15-year-old because I've not really been going to the gym for that long. And the 15-year-olds that are coming through, they're fitter and stronger than I am. But it's amazing, and you've got all the franchise leagues around the world. Kids growing up, or girls growing up now, actually can be professional cricketers. It's a job opportunity.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was growing up, it was just a hobby. It's class. It's actually amazing.
Where do you see it going in the next 5-10 years?
Probably more parity with the men. So I guess as female cricketers, we've always said we don't want to be paid the same because at the minute we don't deserve to be paid the same. We just want equal opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's becoming more and more. We are getting equal opportunity. So when that starts happening all around the world, because at the minute, you've got your other countries, your West Indies, South Africa, Sri Lanka, they're all falling behind. We want those teams to sort of catch up. And then as soon as all teams have got equal opportunity with the men, I think it can skyrocket.
It's great as well that loads of the women's teams now are playing, rather than playing at outgrounds, playing at Old Trafford.
Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, sorry. And then obviously with the 100 with the double headers, that must be pretty cool in terms of full houses. Must make a massive difference. No disrespect to outgrounds and playing at schools and stuff, but it's a different vibe and setup, isn't it?
Well, COVID's the best thing that happened to the 100 because the girls were actually meant to be playing as Manchester. We were meant to be playing at Sedbergh School.
Yeah.
But because of COVID, we had to play double headers with the men and we had to play at the same ground. And it took off. It's massive. You now get 10, 12, 14,000 people coming to watch the women's game.
Yeah.
And then more coming to watch the men's.
Also, there are loads of people now who are talking about the 100 who are like, I prefer the women's competition to the men's.
I can't believe how many people now are like, the 100 would be nothing without women's cricket.
Yeah, so many
Imagine
people
saying that 5-6 years ago. It wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And it's a class competition. I absolutely love it. It's been really good to see the domestic game grow. I guess not only from the girls now being professional, which makes a huge difference. The money invested. Obviously, we're going to get better. The more contracts we have at Lancs Thunder, the better we're going to get because at the minute, I think we've got 10 contracted girls where we've got 20 in the squad. So we're expecting half the team to train full time, but without getting paid a proper wage. Luckily, Lancs are really supported and we do get paid at, per hour to be at training, but it's not a full time job.
Yeah, sure.
So Lancs are so supportive in that regard. But we want everyone to be pro because we're going to just, women's cricket is going to skyrocket. It's been fantastic because you see how good we can be by watching the 100, and then you come back to domestic cricket and it's the same group of players but without the overseas, and you think, Jesus Christ, we've actually got so much better so quickly. And the
really, do you see that? You see that development in the squad?
Yeah, from the KSL to the last year of the 100, it's so much better. Because girls are training full time. It's like being like, I don't know, if you practice typing on a keyboard, you practice every day, you're gonna be able to do it without looking within a week. It's like, well, if you train cricket every day, you obviously get better.
It's like that Mavis Beacon thing. Did you ever do that in IT? We had this thing called Mavis Beacon, and it used to tell you how quickly you type.
Yeah, nice.
Words per minute. WPM.
I'd be like that.
You wouldn't.
Yeah. It's been amazing, and Lancashire have been so supportive of the girls. Like, we're the only team that's gone on a massive pre-season tour this year, and you can just see how beneficial that was. We've gone to Dubai with the boys. We played a double header against the UAE again with the boys. So we played in the morning, they played in the afternoon. We've been in Dubai for a week, trained, the same days as the lads. We've socialised, we've had golf days, we've had sponsor days, and then the girls went on to Mumbai and went there for 6 days, and that was incredible within itself because
I saw the pictures. It looked
you're
like
on tougher wickets, you're in tougher conditions, and to have that support from Lancs means a lot because we're setting the standard for everybody else. The other teams went on pre-season tour, but they went to Desert Springs for 4 days and played against each other. We, were playing against the state team in Mumbai. It was unbelievable.
And how are you feeling about this season?
Good. We didn't get off to the best start, but we've got our bad game out of the way, I reckon.
Yeah, get it done early.
Yeah. Personally, I had a really bad game, but so did the whole team. So I'm like, oh well. But no,
it happened.
We've got the best team that we've had for years. We've recruited 3 really good players, signed 3 new pros. So yeah, we are stronger than we've ever been. We look really good on paper. We look like a really strong side, but you have to still perform on the field. So we went into Saturday's game being like, we've got the best team on paper. We just didn't perform. You have to perform. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to the summer. I love it. You know, the girls laugh at me now. They call me a volunteer because I'm not a pro anymore. Stepped away from my pro contract, and one of the other girls has got it.
Yeah.
So I literally am
You're
only
back
playing.
to being your cricket badge yourself.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I literally only play because I enjoy it, and that's credit to the girls and credit to Lancs for the environment that they've set up. Because if it wasn't enjoyable, I just wouldn't be playing cricket anymore.
I heard you were going to get your top score this season.
Yeah, well, I sort of nearly did at the weekend.
Yeah?
I got 5, and I hit a lovely cut shot through the
Did
covers.
you?
And then I got given out bowled, and I still don't think it bowled me. You'll have to put it on.
Yeah, that's
put it
outrageous.
on. I still don't think it bowled me.
How's that happened?
Well, don't put the reverse angle on because that does look like it bowled me. But the front angle, I've covered the stumps,
Right.
and it's hit the keeper's gloves and then gone onto the stumps.
Okay.
I don't think I was out. And we were going to win. We needed 4 a ball for the next 12 overs.
Right, so you'd have done that.
I'd have done that.
Easy. Knocked him off probably in like a couple of overs. Done. Yeah, do you enjoy that role in terms of looking after the younger members of the squad?
I love it. So I was captain for 2 years, and I absolutely loved being captain. But stepped away from that because I'm not training as much anymore because I've got a full-time job in the commentary world. So Ellie Farrell-Keld's taken over. She's brilliant. But I know I'm coming to the end of my career now. Don't train as much as the girls. You know, one day someone's going to be better than I am, and they're going to take my place. So at training now, I see it as my job to get the spinners ready for when I'm not there. So I love coaching the spinners and watching the spinners bowl. And the younger girls, a couple of them have really struggled this year or in the previous years. And I love, even though we've got Stephen Parry, who's a brilliant spin coach, I'm always like, can I help? Can I jump in? But yeah, I love being a senior player, and the girls, you know, they do listen and they do want to learn. And I guess, you know, I have played international cricket, albeit a few years ago now, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I love it.
Well, welcome back to our live coverage here from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, where we have some more live cricket for you. 33 overs, 4 o'clock restart, so we're just on the brink of that. You can see George Balderson to open up the bowling for Lancashire. After a pretty lengthy break, couple of hours, we were waiting for the drizzle to disappear, and it has done, and we've got subject to the weather and the light and all the rest of it. 33 overs to go. Here's Balderson in, and Clark looking to drive this one away. Ball is gathered by Chris Green on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who lobs it in towards the keeper. Almost loses his trousers in the process. Gathered by Matty Hurst. Keep them balled up, Chris. At 193 for 4. So yes, 33 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Should we get them in? I mean, it's not massively pleasant, but we're battling on through it. As Balderson's in, and Clark getting forward, steering that next ball down towards third slip. Who's that at third slip? Probably Williams. It is. Yep, there he is. Will Williams at third slip. Kind of wide third slip. There's a gap between Williams and Jennings. And Jennings at second slip with Bell at first. As Balderson is in. Clark again advancing towards George Balderson. Plays that ball back to the Lancashire bowler. And there is no run. So 193 for 4. So 34 runs behind. Clark and Janes is put together a very good partnership for Nottinghamshire, which has helped to well, one frustrate Lancashire. It's a no ball call by the umpire, just overstepping that. and 2 helping Nottinghamshire towards the safety. Really, it's the biggest partnership of the innings between these two, Clark and James. 59 runs they've added so far, not just the runs but also the time in which they've been batting. So big appeal by Balderson here for an LBW, down on his knees pleading towards the umpire. Fancied that one, did Lancashire. The slip fielders hopping up and down pleading towards umpire Lungley, but a little shake of the head and he says not out. First kind of shout of what is the final session now of the game. We've had the tea break that happened during the course of that rain interval. Balderson again. James gets forward and defends. Back to Balderson off his own bowling, and there is no run. Bryce Hurdle's still with us. Still got his woolly hat on.
Oh, it's cold, Scott, it's cold. Crikey me. Outbound cricket. This week it's been too cold, too much rain and not enough cake, but here we are. Into one way or another the final session as Balderson bowls now to Lyndon James, works it up to Anderson at mid-on, and that's the end of that initial over. After the 95-minute delay, it was a 7-ball over after Balderson sent down a no ball in the middle of the over. George Balderson none for 26 now. He's bowled 7 overs. Looks as if it's going to be Will Williams to share bowling duties with him for the time being. Williams hasn't turned his arm over at all today, so he'll be fresh and eager to go and looking to make his mark on this match. Not yet taken a wicket in the match. A lot of the thunder was, of course, taken by Jimmy Anderson in the first innings with those 7 wickets. There was a run out and the other 2 wickets taken by Tom Bailey. And with Notts following on, a couple of wickets last night to Nathan Lyon. Another one for Anderson today, his 8th of the match, and Chris Green getting his first Lancashire red ball wicket. So Balderson and Williams both yet to make their mark in the wickets column, and both now bowling in tandem with Nottinghamshire on 194 for 4, Joe Clark on 66 not out. Once again a high quality innings from Clark. Lyndon James supported him nicely this afternoon. He's on 24. Here's Williams, right arm seaman. This one well down the leg side. That's a good take by tumbling Matty Hurst. It's actually 196 for 4. I think the scoreboard operator in the distance didn't pop on those 2 for the no ball in the previous over. So I'm sure that'll be attended to in the fullness of time. It is 196 for 4. Lots of encouragement for Will as he comes in past umpire Saggers, bowls, and he's very, very confident but not getting any support from anybody else. Joe Clark just advancing. Well, it wasn't. He was on the crease, but it was outside the line. Didn't have a lot going for it. So Nottinghamshire easing their way ever closer to wiping out that overall deficit. In an ideal world, they'd very much like to get their noses well in front and then have the opportunity to bowl a couple of overs late in the day here, knowing that Lancashire wouldn't be able to win the game, but Notts could just get rid of that -1 over rate they've got. And again down the leg side from Williams, not quite got the radar nicely tuned in yet, Will Williams. Good again from Matty Hurst. Certainly getting a workout at the moment. Did rain quite heavily.
Didn't it?
Must admit the prospects of getting back on around about 45 minutes or so ago seemed fairly remote. I'd say it's primarily sand-based, this ground, so it will obviously drain and dry very quickly. This one outside the off stump, better line, but Joe Clark leaves it alone. A lot of people have left Or to put it another way, there's not too many people left.
They've been stacking up the fold-away chairs as well, I've noticed, during the course of the rain break.
Where are they from, do you think? Because they're all numbered. If you wander around the ground and look at one of the fold-away chairs, they've got block 47A, seat row, whatever, 25, seat 19. Obviously from a venue, a concert venue or some such. This is pushed into the offside. And a single is taken. Moving Clark on to 67, knots to 197 for 4.
He's batted well, hasn't he, Clark?
What do you reckon, one of the arenas?
I presume they're from higher, aren't they? From somewhere, I don't know. I'm not so sure you'd see these at the new AO Arena. I think it might be something slightly more flash.
Have you been yet?
No. I think it's up and running now, isn't it? Had a few teething problems, didn't it? But it's up and running.
Somebody needs to give the scoreboard operator a prod at the far end of the ground. He still hasn't added on those 2 runs for the no ball. This is edged and it's gone over the slip cordon and away for 4. And Notts will go on to past 200. Genuine edge and lifted high over George Bell at first slip. He's not the tallest, but I don't even think Keaton Jennings or Luke Wells would have been able to catch it over their head. It leapt away off the shoulder of Lyndon James bat. He's moved on to 28 and it's 201 for 4.
Didn't it? Went high above Bell at first slip and towards the covers. 200 on the board, 201 for 4. Trail by 26. Clark and James have almost brought Nottinghamshire level. 140 runs, something like that, behind, I think, today when we got back underway. Quite a decent way behind as Boberson's into Clark, who gets on the walk, just a pace or 2 down towards the ball and then nudges the ball away towards the leg side, and there's no run.
Sort of taken my eye off the other scores a little bit. Sam
too.
Northey's still going. He's 152 not out.
Good effort.
Glamorgan 458 for 6 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire.
Balderson to Clark. Lovely straight drive. 4 to Clark. That's a beautiful shot. He's played really well straight down the ground today, and that's the best of the lot.
Beautiful, wasn't it? Lovely shot. They, although Glamorgan have gone really, really well, as a score of 458 for 6 would indicate, they still need more than 100. So highly likely that will end up in a handshake.
Look at this for a shot by Clark. Pushed away down through straight mid-on. Lovely looking on drive by Clark, who in a rearguard attempt here for Nottinghamshire, there's a possibility of scoring a bit of work to do, but a very, very fine century if he can get there. He's 71 not out.
Yeah, will mean a lot to him, I'm sure. Here's Balderson into bowl to Joe Clark, and this one off the thigh pad drops on the leg side. Nobody in close on the leg side. The 3 fielders are spread well apart. Long leg, man on the boundary. That's square leg, almost behind the square leg umpire, and then Jimmy Anderson at mid on. So there's a single on the leg side. Keeper standing up. 2 slips in a gully, ready for the edge. Clark. Little push, a pleasing push into the offside. Tom Bailey will field, but the single is taken, and somebody has had a word with the scoreboard operator. The tally now tallies 206 for 4. Notts need to get to 227 to wipe out the deficit, and then it's all about the equation, the number of runs that Notts can get ahead and the number of overs left in the day. Lancashire need wickets, and they'd like to start now with Balderson bowling to Lyndon James. He's probably going to get a couple of runs here, working it behind square on the leg side. Chris Green chases, and James moves on to 30. Nicely done. Anderson, I was going to say, Anderson today, Scott, perhaps not surprisingly after all the effort and all the overs he bowled yesterday, we've not seen too much of him. I wonder if he's got one more big spell in him, or I wonder if Lancashire are sort of almost resigning themselves to the fact that if they're going to make breakthroughs here now, it's going to be after be one of the, in inverted commas, support casters. This is pushed up to mid-on, end of the over, 208 for 4.
7 off that over. Profitable one for Nottinghamshire. James has batted really well. It took a while for him to kind of get going, didn't it, really? But I think he's on naught for a while, but he's played a really key part here in this partnership, which is the biggest of the innings for Nottinghamshire. And has pushed them beyond that 200 mark and the possibility of getting themselves in front of Lancashire.
There's the comparison there on the picture. Scott in his sun hat, for reasons best known to himself, and me in my bobble hat. Never been so cold.
Which one have you got on today? You had Miami Dolphins yesterday.
It's the same. Same one.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
It looks a different.
No, it's not the same. Well, there's a number in the
you got several of these
car, yeah.
Okay. But Williams to Clark. That's defended up towards Bohannon at cover, and there's no run.
Yes, it's more in an ear warming and head warming capacity rather than an actual support for a team thousands of miles away.
$208 for 4, 72 to Clark.
Not many at the ice cream van now, if anybody wants one.
This is the time to go.
Yep.
In fact, the other ice cream van shut up shop.
It has, yep.
Williams into Clark. It's in the air as it loops out towards the leg side. And there's no run.
Yes, at the Oval, Essex 190 for 6. From afar, that appears to be drifting towards a draw. Essex require 171. That's unlikely to happen. Sorry, need 4 wickets. At Taunton, Somerset 245 for 3. Similarly, Somerset need 165, or Warwickshire needs 7 wickets. Again, likely to be a draw.
Williams bowls left by Clark. Through to Hurst. No run.
I'm saying that, but of course there is the potential around the country that some of these games could be played in bright sunlight, wonderful conditions, and that, it's only 4:15. There could be 2.25, 2.5 hours worth of cricket left in some of these grounds, and I guess there is the potential for lots of things to happen elsewhere. Kent are 340 for 9, leading Hampshire by 179.
Williams sets off. Clark's waiting, and then Clark's leaving. Through to Hurst again. No run.
In fact, Anthony Gibson, who commentates on Somerset for the BBC, this is now exciting. Somerset require 180 in 33 overs with 7 wickets in hand.
That's a good finish. Two balls left for Williams. Clark getting forward, the ball thuds away into the offside. Picked up by Bohannon. No run.
Not ideal conditions to have either of the two Australian spinners on, really. I'm guessing that the outfield is a little damp and the ball not in an ideal condition for them, really. In fact, we're still early on with this second new ball. It's only in its 13th over, so it will be hard, but of course every time it does go out into the outfield, I'm getting damper and damper.
Williams to Clark. Played softly down in towards the gully, where it's pushed away by Tom Bailey. And then the deflection trickles down towards Chris Green, who jogs up to complete the fielding. And of the over, a maiden for Will Williams, 209. Correction, they got through for a single at that final delivery. Sorry, they got through for 1. So 209 for 4. Clark on 73, James on 30.
Yeah, 29 overs now remain. So the first 4 have been soaked up without too much difficulty by Lyndon James and Joe Clark. The last wicket fell at 134, so they've added 75 together for this 5th wicket. When Jack Haynes was dismissed, Lancashire hopes would have been high. Crowd were greatly encouraged by the fall of that wicket as another over starts. George Balderson bowling. Joe Clark plays it out on the onside, and there's no run. At that stage, just thought, if another one goes down now quickly and genuinely Lancashire into the Nottinghamshire middle order, real chance of polishing off the victory. But this pair have combined very nicely indeed. As Scott said, Lyndon James more than 20 deliveries on naught. As Clark pushes into the offside. Certainly one, might be two. They'll just have a little consultation with each other before agreeing to come back for that second run. And Clark on to 75.
Hampshire bowl Kent out, so there's a run chase here in prospect. Kent all out for 340 in their second innings, so Hampshire set 179 from 31 overs.
You'd think they'd have a go, wouldn't you? Balderson bowls, Clark drives, lovely shot through extra cover, 4 more for Joe Clark. It's a magnificent shot, and takes the score. Don't know if it's gone up, now it has, to 215 for 4, and Clark on to 79.
Lovely shot. Batted really well, hasn't he? Yeah. Showed great patience and discipline last night. Left really well last night. Defence, and he left the ball last night and again this morning when the new ball was taken likewise. It's been a really good innings this from Clark.
Balderson to bowl to him. In fact, he advances down the track a couple of paces, and then a bit of bowling from Balderson. Pitched it up and shaped it back in, and Clark unable to get it away. Shrewsbury born Joe Clark, 27 years of age now. Joined Notts for the start of the 2019 season.
Experienced player now, isn't he?
Yeah. This is his 180th first class match. Turns this to leg, up to Chris Green. Means that Lyndon James will have 1 ball left in this over to face.
He's not always keeping wicket though, is he, Clark?
No, Tom Moores predominantly keeps wicket, or certainly has done up until this season. Moores has only kept wicket on 2 occasions now. Right. Where are we? What's this? Is this match 8 or 9? This is match 9, isn't it?
9, yeah.
So this will be this is the 7th time he's kept wicket out of the 9 matches. And James is going to keep strike. So that was a profitable over for Nottinghamshire. 8 from it. Inching ever closer to... Oh, it's a no ball. Wonder why nobody was moving. The umpire is standing there with his arm stretched out, and eventually one of Messrs Rimmer or Marshall, the 2 scorers. 2 good people, Chris Rimmer and Roger Marshall. Somebody... I would imagine there's a light that they shine when they acknowledge the umpire's signal. Clark opens the face. He's going to get another couple of runs here. So this has been an expensive over. 11 from it from George Balderson, and he takes his sweater and goes stomping off to that boundary over on the far side. He's going to go and look at trains for a minute and wonder where it all went wrong.
It's lovely and cosy in the little scorer's box. Have you been in?
Yeah, I have. I have indeed.
Nice little set up in there.
Yeah.
Got the heater on and all nicely cushioned in, and yeah, nice little set up in there. Scorers. What do we call it that? Kind of caravan type thing, isn't it?
I don't know. Apparently it's the one that whenever Lancashire play at Blackpool they use.
Yep.
So
does the travels as that?
Yeah.
Gets around the grounds. It's got an upper tier to it. It's executive box on top.
Well, I think the man on the tannoy is in the
Mike's in there.
Is in the upstairs bit.
Yeah, Mike's in there.
Again, we've got a little bit of differential between the score on the board and the score on the screen. They're sorting it out now.
There's Williams bowling, and then James clips the ball down towards Balderson on the fine leg boundary. Through he goes for a single. Brings Clark back on strike. That's got brighter. It did look particularly grim when it was drizzly and rainy. In fact, to a point where we thought that might be it, but let's cheer up a bit.
Yes, I thought I'd be back in the Robin Hood County by now, but I've reconciled myself to being here. Still not entirely sure where I am, if I'm in Lancashire or if I'm in Merseyside.
I think the new boundaries, technically it's Merseyside, but as you drive to Southport, it says welcome to West Lancashire.
Yeah.
There's Williams in balls. Glanced away down towards fine leg. 4 more to James, just flicked it away off his hip. Down it goes over the rope into the one of the 2 media tents. And 4 to the total.
Yeah, I've not been in that one. The Bijou overflow one. Clark on to 86 with that one.
Sorry, Clark. I said James, didn't I? Sorry, Clark. Two, 6 for 4. Williams to Clark. Through it goes to Hurst, and there's no run.
This is Nottinghamshire's T20 Blast captain now. Joe Clark. Not been a great campaign thus far for the Outlaws. Return to action at Trent Bridge on Friday evening when the Leicestershire Foxes come. Nathan Lyon's getting himself ready, or appears to be. He's turning his arm over.
Just 1 behind Nottinghamshire now. And still just 1 behind as that's left by Clark.
Yes, where did it all go wrong? Well, it all went wrong yesterday. A cluster of wickets against the bowling of Jimmy Anderson. Would have been the old revolving door scenario in the dressing room. No sooner had a player gone out and he was on his way back again for a while.
Yeah.
Utterly frightening for the lower order, I would imagine.
It was a complete conveyor belt, wasn't it? Yeah. Next one pops out, gets out. Still take Nottinghamshire into the lead, to draw them level rather. That single just nudged away to the leg side, so 2-7 for 4.
Yes, and normally at this stage we start thinking, well, if the wickets don't come, there might well be an eventuality where the 2 captains get together and have a bit of a handshake, and that's that, and we're done. But I don't think that's going to happen today, because Nottinghamshire will want the opportunity to bowl a couple or 3 overs, you'd imagine, very, very quickly at the end of the day, because their over rate is -1. And of course, what they want is to leave the balance between being able to wipe that out and stopping Lancashire chasing anything.
Driven away to deep backward point for a single by Lyndon James.
And they'll get 60 in front and leave Lancashire with 3 overs to bat, something like that. We are going to get spin, I would imagine, because there's plenty of protective gear being brought out onto the field now. George Bell will be one of those to put on the pads and the helmet and all the other necessary accoutrements, and Keaton Jennings, the captain, of course he's done it many times over the years. He'll also don the protective pads. Couldn't be 2 more different human beings in size there. George Bell and Keaton Jennings. Just waiting for, what are we getting now? Some more protective gear being brought out. So it is going to be Nathan Lyon. He has bowled from both ends today, but both his wickets were taken last evening from the end of that he's about to bowl at, and now the Grosvenor Road end. Initially, Lyndon James will be on strike. Notts lead by 1, and there are 27 overs left. Is that sort of what you'd aim for? 60 in front, leave Lancashire 3 overs to bat, and then absolutely bomb round to get those 3 overs in 5 minutes or something silly.
What is it, -1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't quite know what the equation would have to be, but we might have something silly like that at the end of the day, just to entertain us for a moment or two. Next ball is pushed into the offside. Oh, just to the offside, a straight, and Lyon does his own fielding. 228 for 4. Something will happen to disrupt that, even if that is the scenario. The ball will go out of shape or be hit to the boundary and then get lodged behind an advertising board or some such. As Lyon again bowls to James and then gets the return ball hit all along the carpet. It's bowling round the wicket at the moment, which is interesting. To the right-hander. It's got plenty of fielders round the bat, challenging passage of play here, and Lyndon James leans forward again and defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, final throws really of Lyon's spell with Lancashire. This final session of this match before he returns to Australia.
He bowls. James playing from deep in his crease, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, no run. Got a slip, a short leg, and Keaton Jennings in very close on the offside. A silly extra cover rather than a short extra cover. He's right in there under his nose, the big man. James turns this way on the leg side. Williams will do the fielding. Still no cake here at Southport. No. No, the ladies from the catering company. That's all I'm getting, Scott. That's all I'm getting. Blank looks and
Give
no
you a
chance.
Clip on the back of the head.
Well,
being so cheeky like that. I wouldn't blame him.
It's been a lovely week, hospitality-wise. Nice to come back here to a ground that Notts haven't been to since 2011. This is turned behind square. Will Williams, a slight fumble in the outfield. They settled for one, but perhaps could have profited from that little fumble, but they didn't. And in any case, Joe Clark, I think, happy to keep strike. He's on to, has it gone on now? 88, 230 for 4. So Notts lead by 3. This morning, Jimmy Anderson just gave signs that he was still about. Dismissed Will Young for the second time in the match. Good catch by Matty Hurst. Then Chris Green got rid of Jack Haynes. Young made 17, Haynes 21. Fourth wicket went down with 134 on the board, so they've now added 96. There's Williams.
And just eased away by Clark towards Bohannon at cover, and there's no run. Be a fine 3 figures if Clark can get that. 12 away and beaten on 88.
He's had 3 centuries already this season, turned one of them into a double. There certainly won't be time for him to do that.
3 slips in place. Actually, it's 2 slips and a leg slip.
It's never really fared particularly well against Lancashire. Only averaged 26 against from 7 previous matches going into this game, and of course that would have taken even more of a dip with the first innings 0, but certainly cashing in for the first time. His previous best score against Lancashire, 57. He'd 1 appearance here for Worcestershire back in 2018. Scores of 36 and 2.
Doesn't add to his total here. Again, Hurst taking the catch as he leaves that ball wide of off stump from Williams. Hurst had a little natter away to George Bell, who's at first slip. Jennings is at second slip. Tom Bailey at leg slip.
Somebody's just suddenly turned up the brightness again.
Yeah, it's gone sunny now, isn't it? Sun just coming through. Did the Suggest it might get a little brighter after we got through that afternoon shower. Again, left alone by Clark. Probably the brightest it's been all day. It's pretty cloudy first thing this morning, then we had the interruption, but a little bit of sunshine at the back end of this game.
You can understand so many people leaving once you get wet or you get the cold in your bones. The prospects not looking good for an immediate resumption, and the temptation to get into the car and get the heater on and get home and have a warm cup of tea. Sometimes they're overriding.
Nicely driven. That'll be 4 more by Clark. Punched away off the front foot through the covers. Takes him into the 90s. He's 92 not out. 234 for 4.
Very good from Joe Clark indeed. That is... they're too sharp. No, they've gone... Let's have a look. That is the Century partnership, isn't it? Yep. That's exactly 100 they've put on.
Nice way to get there too.
Ball has been retrieved and handed back to Chris Green, who lobs it back round the ring. Century stand then for the 5th wicket for Nottinghamshire between Clark and James.
58 to Clark and 34 to James. And there's 4 more here as he goes back and guides us very nicely through the gully region down towards the boundary for 4 runs to end the over and edge him nearer to 3 figures. 238 for 4. And interesting, that Century partnership, they've both, when they reached it, they both faced exactly 101 balls each in that Century partnership.
Coaches like that, don't they? They like a partnership to be shared. They don't necessarily want somebody to be totally dominating a partnership. Obviously, it sometimes happens when you've got a batter in with a number 10 or a number 11 and they look to farm the strike. But generally, you don't want players getting out of form in the early part of the innings. You want them both to have a similar share of the strike, and that's what's happened here. 238 for 4. Notts lead by 11. We've got 25 overs remaining. Notts can't obviously declare too early, otherwise Notts, Lancashire will just knock the runs off. So I suspect we've got a good hour or so of Nottinghamshire batting. Lyndon James has played very fine supporting role, turns this behind square on the leg side. We have to call it a supporting role because Joe Clark scored the bulk of the runs, but as we've just been hearing, very much in terms of deliveries faced, it's partnership on an equal footing. It's played very nicely indeed, and again turns Nathan Lyon behind square on the leg side. No run, Jimmy Anderson doing the fielding. I don't know if he's got a black support on his ankle, Scott, or if it's just sign of his of a black sock on, but sometimes with Stuart Broad we could see a support on there. As this is driven crisply through the offside. I thought the fielder Bailey had got it, but no, Chris Green's gone to fetch it, so that's a glorious drive through the offside for 4.
Nailed that one, didn't he?
Yeah,
absolutely hammered it away through Tom Bailey. Tried to stop it, but goodness, that was hit firmly by Lyndon James.
Half the difficulty at the moment in detecting like that a Century stand or a Nottinghamshire boundary is that there's only a few people left in the ground, and obviously predominantly nearly all Lancashire supporters. This is pushed back to the bowler. They weren't going to get overly enthusiastic by a Lyndon James extra cover drive, however impressive it was, but I thought Bailey had stopped it, but it's difficult just to pick out over on the far side of the ground, the ball getting underneath him and away for 4. 242 for 4. James on 38. Plays this on the leg side, just looking and watching and aware that the spin could be his undoing, but played it with the turn to Bohannon at mid-wicket, no run. Lyon 2 for 60 now It's the final ball of his 26th over. Bowls, and again turned to leg by Lyndon James. Stopped, I think, by the protective pads on the legs of George Bell into the over. 2:42 for 4 Nottinghamshire. Another one ticks by. 24 overs to go. Notts lead by 15, and Joe Clark now on 96 not out. Going to be a change though. He's not going to be facing Will Williams. Going to be facing Josh Bohannon's turning his. He stood right where you'd expect him to stand if he's going to bowl a ball, turning his arm over, but behind him Luke Wells has already handed over his Lancashire top and his cap to the umpire. Luke Wells back into the attack. Clark up to this point is at 10 fours and 1 6 from his 184 deliveries. This level you don't get too many looseners for your first delivery, and Luke Wells turning his arm over trying to make sure he doesn't bowl a loosener, but Joe Clark would love nothing more than a long up here that he can slap away, take away all the pressure of being in the 90s. He's on 96, and he does get one that he can cut it away for 4, exactly like that. And Joe Clark has reached his 4th century of the season with a lovely square cut, really nice shot, and that is a very, very good innings indeed from Joe Clark. High quality innings, and he's got there in glorious fashion. That's his 24th first class 100, his 11th for Nottinghamshire, and his first against Lancashire. What a fabulous shot, 246 for 4.
Yes, great knock. It's a really, really good innings. Batting second time round with his team following on under real pressure. As Wells bowls to him. Plays a lovely front foot shot, driven away through the offside for 4 more. And successive boundaries to Clark. Only the second player to get to 3 figures in this match, but there's only been Jennings and Clark and Ben Slater who have got past 50 in this game. And Jennings and Clark going on to reach 3 figures, Slater making an unbeaten 64, so that's a fine innings by Joe Clark. Under pressure, following on, having been skittled by Jimmy in the first innings and coming out to bat second time round. He's batted beautifully here last night and today. It's a fine innings, which has pushed his side a long, long way towards making this game safe. 250 up as well with that second boundary. And the lead now up to 23. Adding to it here, as far as Will Williams, the cover boundary for a single. Clark to 105. 251 for 4. Credit to his batting partners as well. Lyndon James, we've just mentioned that century partnership he's brought up, but prior to that as well, he played nicely with Jack Haynes last night. James gets forward and defends, no run.
It was Will Young last night, wasn't it? Young,
Sorry, Will Young.
Young was just on a blockathon for 2 hours, but you know, it really was an important period.
Yeah.
And then obviously, as you say, Jack Haynes, he played nicely with him. All supported each other.
Take a single here. He might take 4. No, just the one barely comes round from backward square leg to field. It's the end of the over from Wells. 10 coming off it. The lead is 25 now, with 23 overs left.
Yes, that had been the first innings. Notts will be celebrating a batting bonus point, but once again, like several occasions this season, saving their best form in a game for the second innings. Too many times they've come up short in the first dig and then had to sort of rescue the position later on in the game. Still going to be Nathan Lyon. This will be the 100th over of the innings. 252 for 4. Still hope for Lancashire. They need things to happen quickly. They need 6 wickets to go down in the space of about 15 overs, I guess. which isn't totally out of the question as James pushes this into the offside. No run. Really would be panic stations if 2 or 3 went down now very, very quickly. Lyon to bowl to Lyndon James. He's on 39. This is deflected onto the leg side. Tumbling stop from Jimmy Anderson, as Paul Ellett was saying, mentioned it 2 or 3 times. He's just supremely fit, and you know, at approaching 42 years of age, you could have half excused their half-hearted effort, maybe just to get down and stop that. But it was a full-blooded dive. Next delivery on its way goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. 252 for 4.
Chris Green spotted something. Wants to chat with Nathan Lyon.
There's a pause in play whilst one Aussie spinner runs all the way across to have a word with his fellow countryman, and again bowls, and this has been really good from Clark and James. Lyndon James on this occasion doing the defensive work. 252 for 4. Have to keep half an eye on the clock. For Scott and I have to do our 5 o'clock updates for local radio. This is James working it away on the leg side out to Will Williams, and he'll get another single. He moves on to 40. 253 for 4. So Notts lead by 26. Joe Clark on 105. First 2 matches of the season at Trent Bridge against Essex initially, and then Worcestershire. Passed the century and got out at 105 and 104 his first 2 innings. And this is driven nicely into the offside. There'll be a couple here at least. Bailey's after it. What's going to win the race? The ball's going to win the race there. It didn't slow up at all. Nice bit of timing from Joe Clark to get another boundary. Moves on to 109, 257. And after those 2 innings, he got a bit of a... His big mate is Ben Duckett, and he got a bit of a ticking off from his mate Ben Duckett. It's all well and good getting 100, but it's no good to anybody getting 100 and then getting out. You've got to mentally set yourself again and prepare to go big. And he took those words on board in the very next match, very next innings. 213 not out against Somerset at Taunton, and he had to agree with what Ben had said to him, and it's right. You don't want to give the opposition an in, do you? You know, it's almost like 100 and out in schools cricket. 100 and then you have to retire or whatever it may be. That's no good in this scenario. I just wonder, Scott, if that was a spot or 2 of rain, which I think if another heavy shower came, that might be the end of it. But I just wondered if it might just have been a spot or 2 of rain falling then. Nothing too heavy at the moment.
Wells is going to continue. Green's at backward point to field.
Of course, that would scupper Nottinghamshire's chances of being able to
it's true.
Get back that lost point. Mike Brown says, fabulous innings from Joe Clark. What a great talent he is. Thank you, Mike.
Wells to James. Runs here. Just eased away down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 41.
The Blighters looking at the bigger picture. Come on, Notts, really important to hang on here. So tight in the table from 4th to 9th at the moment. Would be a slightly fortuitous draw perhaps, but we certainly had the worst of the batting conditions during Jimmy's wonder spell yesterday. Yes, that's one way of looking at it. I guess the other way is that Anderson was just simply brilliant.
Clark takes potentially 2 and potentially 4, yes, and again it's beautifully timed by Clark. He's whipped it away towards square leg. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, Bailey and Balderson. And the gap has been picked out beautifully by Clark. He's playing some lovely shots here. 113 not out. A lead of 35.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Yellowbelly's been in touch. Well done, Clarkey. Some glorious shots in his innings, he says. Thank you, sir. Nottinghamshire supporters just a little happier than they were earlier.
It's worked through mid-wicket this time. Just before 1. And Clark moves on to 114 not out.
I sense there might be a little bit of disappointment there for Joe Clark in the fact that his bat broke earlier, and I know he's got one that is an absolute belter, and if it was that one, he'll be very disappointed. But I tell you what, the understudy's gone well for him as well.
He has, yeah, no issues with this one. Got to can get to a ton. James will add to his score. He's eyeing up a half-century, 42. And the lead now moves on to 37.
Big fan of Luke Wells, I am, both with what he does at the top of the order and his slip catching and also his bowling as well. But at the moment he's leaking quite a few runs here. I just wonder if Keaton Jennings might ring the changes again sometime soon.
Final ball of the over. Ends it with a dot as Clark gets forward. 21 overs left today. 264 for 4, a lead of 37.
It is all about dropping on the right combination and going with the gut feel, isn't it? The gut feel might have been that Luke Wells might have come on and broken the partnership, got a wicket or two. The gut feel also might be that Chris Green will be the man for the job because he's now going to take over from Nathan Lyon. And this morning when he came on, Lyon switched to the other end, so that might be a possibility.
Yeah, he's bowled predominantly from the end, the tennis court side, the Grosvenor Road end, but as you say, he did have a little bit of a go from the Harrod Drive end, Nathan Lyon.
Charlie on social media, this has been beautiful to watch. Top class performance, well done, Joe. Thank you, Charlie. 264 for 4. Thanks to Lancs TV for saving me from having to do the mental arithmetic, which is never the wisest of options. Notts lead by 37 with 21 overs left. It's all there for us, isn't it, Scott? As Green starts his latest spell and bowls to James, who defends. Seems to be a man of the people, Chris Green. All through the week we've noticed him coming out and happily posing for photographs and signing autographs, chatting to everybody. Seems a decent fella. This one's turned onto the leg side, fielded by Will Williams, single. Lyndon James onto 41, 265 for 4.
Yeah, he seems to have fitted in really well. I think he's a really popular player at the club. He plays the game in such a lovely way. He always seems to have a smile on his face, and he's been a fantastic addition to Lancashire's T20 side in all 3 disciplines, with the bat, ball and in the field. He's been a really, really good signing for Lancashire.
Goes round the wicket now to Clark, who can push this past Bohannon on the leg side.
Not so sure how much he's really enjoying this particular experience.
No, we've seen the hand warmers a number of times be brought out, both for him and for Nathan Lyon. 266 for 4. Balls now to Lyndon James. Pushes it back to the Australian, who is very careful not to stamp with his size 11s on the wicket. Or on the pitch, to be strictly correct. Balls again, and this is blocked by Lyndon James. 266 for 4. Special credit, I think, to the ground staff here at Southport. It's been a really challenging few days for them, and we've seen them at close quarters, haven't we, Scott? They've always had a cheery smile on their face, whether they've just put the covers on and then they've got to take them off again, or vice versa. Nice looking drive into the offside, through the offside. I've lost the ball. Where is it? It has gone for 4.
It has, yep.
It just seemed like there was total lack of any acknowledgement or anything there that a boundary had been struck in a first-class match, but it had indeed through the offside. So Lyndon James on to 47, and that'll take Notts to 270 for 4. Big win coming in, Scott, in South London.
Yes, Surrey beating Essex by 145 runs. That was first v second in the county championship.
They're shaking hands out there, you know.
So they are. That's that. And players shake hands on a draw. A draw in which Lancashire, thanks to Jimmy Anderson, had a real opportunity to try and win with his memorable 10-over spell yesterday. It produced that stunning response and 6 wickets, and Lancashire with a real possibility of trying to force home a 3-day win. But enormous credit to Joe Clark. Last night and today, he's batted really well. That's a really skillful knock. I thought Keaton Jennings' century in the first innings was a real masterful innings, and I think Clark in the second innings for Nottinghamshire has been equally as impressive. That's a really top innings. And it's helped Nottinghamshire earn a draw with Lancashire. 270 for 4 they finish on. And the players shaking hands and heading off towards the pavilion. It's been a really hard-fought few days.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I know it would have meant them being here potentially for another hour and a half, but those points are hard to come by. But they've decided that maybe even with the very dark clouds overhead and, as I said, 1 or 2 spots of rain, it might not have even been possible to get to a point where they were able to declare and have a little bowl and try and get that point back. So Notts will take 8 draw points. They had no batting points, 3 bowling points, but they'll give 1 of those back. So instead of 11, they will take 10 points. The supporters that are left here initially applauding off first Joe Clark and then Lyndon James, and then the Lancashire side led by Keaton Jennings. Lovely to see as well that the 2 umpires have just come over and they've shaken hands with all the ground staff, which is lovely to see. It really is. They've obviously got to have a close working relationship, and I'm sure at times, not necessarily here this week, but at times that can become a fractious relationship, can't it? Because you just get the covers on and the umpires want them off, or vice versa. And this week they've gone about their work with a smile on their face. The umpires have gone out there at every opportunity just to try and keep the cricket going for as much as possible. I know there's been a crowd in here that have paid good money, want to be entertained, and it's been a really terrific job by everybody here at Southport to try and get this game through to late on in day 4. It's ended in a draw. Lancashire put in by Seba Mead, getting 353 for 9. They declared right at the start. We lost the second day, but they declared right at the start of the second morning. Bowled Notts out quickly with that wonder spell from Jimmy Anderson. It was 6 for 19 in his first spell. Came back to get another one, 7 for 35. Ben Slater carrying his bat. That doesn't happen every day of the week. Of course, Keaton Jennings made 187 not out in the Lancashire innings. And second time around, Notts, what were they, 227 behind when they were made to follow on. And they lost a couple of wickets. They lost both openers last night. You just wondered if it would be a tough day today or if they'd be saved by the weather. Well, in the end, it's a little bit of both. We had some time taken out of the game this afternoon, 95 minutes or so, but you certainly can't deny Joe Clark and Lyndon James for what they've put in, and Notts do get the draw at the end. Before I leave you, can I thank you, Scott, for hosting us. Very much enjoyed, again, working with David Lloyd, Paul Allett, Callum Flynn. Absolute joy, and everybody else has popped by to say hello, and again to the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for their kind hospitality. It's been a lovely place to come, and of course it's nobody's fault that the weather hasn't behaved this week. Some lovely people here, and of course all the listeners and the wonderful crew that bring you the pictures on Lancs TV. They've looked after us magnificently, and we'll catch up again soon for the blast.
We will indeed. Yeah, I'll be at Northants on Friday evening. You can hear commentary of that via the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC Radio Lancashire. Catch Dave on Friday at Trent Bridge on the live stream, and also via the BBC Sport website and app. And then your next live cricket, the men's side here on Lancs TV, will be on Sunday from Emirates Old Trafford, the return of the Blast, with a 2:30 start. So plenty of cricket to look forward to over the next few days, but congratulations to everybody involved with putting this game on here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We will catch you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.